Hello everybody and welcome back to another stream. It has been a while. It has been a while since I last streamed. Essentially, I think I already mentioned it like before I basically left, but I'm pretty sure I've mentioned it already, but I essentially had to go and watch my parents' house and take care of their dog for like around a week. I basically came back like Tuesday, I think it was. And yeah, all that went fine. Only problem was just that and then I ended up apparently getting a little bit sick Wednesday, so I couldn't stream there. So it's been a little bit over 2 weeks now since I last streamed, because I think the last stream I did was I think a Final Fantasy stream on the 12th, I think it was. It was a Wednesday. So yeah. I should probably also increase the volume. Yeah. In between streams, or I guess in between streams, but basically I think it was Wednesday. I basically went ahead and decided, you know what, might as well try and make a like stream overlay sort of thing, because I think for like a while now I haven't had like chat on the screen. I think actually after I found out about the whole blurring stuff over here of the chat in Final Fantasy, I basically haven't had a chat window open or had chat displayed on streams, but I thought as well. So yeah, I still want to like figure out if there's things I want to change about it. Maybe make it. Think of maybe making the entire like frame larger, like move this corner like all the way up to the side, so I can maybe like increase it a little bit more size. Maybe take the chat a little bit to the right, maybe also up to the corner or something. I don't know yet, but yeah. Anyway, plan for today is basically continuing what we did last time, which is the Moogle delivery quest 9. I think we have, I counted this earlier, but let's see, I think we have 7 quests left, which is thanks for your support, hostages for fortune, and then there's Kikirn, always pays his debts, the Hazy Professor, blues on Emerald Avenue, Radar left unfound, and the little post Moogle that could. Those are the quests in basically the order that they're displayed in. Anyway, also, yep, that still works. So, thanks for your support. We are gonna get Star Spangled Supplicar, which looks like that. I don't know why this is something that we get. It's essentially just underwear. So, yeah, don't know why that's a thing. But yeah, we need to do this quest anyway, so.
Well met once again, Shauna. Since you've been such an obeisant assistant, I've got a reward for you, Kyopo. No drunkards and ruffians to contend with this time, just rest and relaxation. Tell me, Shauna, what comes to mind when you think of Lim Salaman Sa, after pirates, wharf rats, and watered-down grog, that is. Fish, Kyopo. And there's nobody fishier, and I mean that in the nicest sense of the word, than Wawalago, the master of the Fisherman's Guild. Verwalago's been pitting his wits against the slipperiest fish in the 5 seas for longer than anyone can remember. Why, he's not unlike a fish himself, drifting along in the stream of life, without a care in the world.
Hey there, Chun. Welcome to the stream.
So I thought it'd be nice if you went down and got to know him. Lay down your weapons, put aside your worries, and take it easy for once. Oh, and while you're at it, you can take along this letter. I mean, you're going there either way, right? It's like catching two fish with one lure.
You hate work. I mean, you are stopping there, I'm guessing you're, what, 2-3 months-ish? If I remember correctly. Okay, so we need to go to Wawa Lago. And we also need to exit this. There is a bunch of food we can get from this. Or money. Which I think I'm probably gonna take instead, because I can sell that for a bit more.
Shauna. The very vassal I was looking for, Kyopo. I need you to take a letter to Eugenia's spire in the North Shroud. The wood where your dear leader, that's me, was born and raised. It needs to be delivered to Miyamoto, leader of the White Rams. Officially, they're an offshoot of the God's Quiver, but in practice they're Miss Moko's private army. The Ixal call her the Black Cat. Whenever she crosses their path, they're sure to meet with an unfortunate end, Kyopo. Truth be told, this isn't the first time we've tried to deliver this letter. I entrusted it to another subordinate of mine, a delivery Mughal on his very first mission. But he got chased away by the birdman, and fluttered back, hiding his face under his pom-pom. He simply wasn't cut out for such a trying task. But who is, I thought? Who best to dispatch into Ixal-infested forest, and explain the letter's lateness to the fiery-tempered Miss Mokot? Guess whose name sprang to mind? Here's the letter, Shauna, off you pop, Kyopo.
Okay, so I'm thinking that the ones in the spire or shroud is going to be the last one I do out of these two. Sit down here, and I believe he should be over here.
Well, if it isn't my firm friend Shauna, the lofty lady who landed that monstrous marlin. Come to cast away your cares with a little leisurely angling? What's that? A message marked for me, you say?
Seen your levels? Yeah. When was it? I think it was Wednesday. I kind of looked at your levels because I was basically sitting around chatting with the Kronball. What is that?
A missive from my old mate Roro Haru. He's a trinket trader from Ul'dah, who supplies a certain something that supports and strengthens seafood stocks. Since we set some of his special supporters on the seabed, fishermen's bottom's been swimming with shrimp and groaning with gobies. I'd heard neither hide nor hair from him since the calamity hit. It's heartening indeed to know that he's hale and healthy. And it seems the old dog's still desperate to do deals, says he wants to trade one of his treasures for an infrequently found fish. Business must be bad if he's bartering his best brass for a base. Enerode, perhaps you could do me a favor while I ready my rod.
Didn't manage to outlevel me. Oh well. But I did see that you had like gotten a decent amount of levels, at least on your crafters. I think it was something like, I think Ombo had gotten like, what is it? I think most of his crafters were, I think, either at 50 or 60, like all of them, and I think it was maybe like most of yours were at least at around 40, I think. And I think Culinarian was at like 60 or 70, but I don't remember the exact amount. I really need to touch some grass. I mean, you had like around what? Almost 2 weeks to basically like try and outlevel me. I mean, you're also at like fucking what? Kugane that you reached? Need 3 crafters to 60, and then all of them are 60 plus. Alright.
Roro Haru's boat should be berthed down by the docks. Could you head over and hand him this note? I've marked out a map of where this fish he fancies can be found. Tell him to meet me there, and we'll do the deal.
Yeah, definitely. Really like your stats. I don't know why, but for some reason it shows that you don't have warrior unlocked for some reason. 2 weeks ain't a lot. I mean, in terms of like crafters, it's plenty of time. I feel like, especially considering that you have the firmament unlocked. I just don't understand why this is the case. Like, why it's showing. Sanity almost ran out. Yeah, I can see that most of them are at least around like 40 plus, except for of course Weaver and Alchemist. Those are the only two. Gathering is a pain. I find it fine enough. I just put on like a podcast and then just do it. Just don't really think about it. Did see that Oliver has gotten quite a few of them at. Most of his are at least 50. I think he has also been maybe leveling some of his other classes like Machinist. Oh yeah, also I helped him get his basically get the 2 materia that he needed for his what is that called again? The relic weapon. So they could continue with that. And I basically helped him get to a step later than what I've gotten to. And I think last time that I played with him at least, he basically had to do fates in different areas of Eorzea, basically in the Realm Reborn areas. And basically get some like Atma or something, Anima or Zodiac, basically just the Realm Reborn ones, like relic weapons. I don't remember exactly which one it is. I do know that both of you apparently started on the Heaven's Ward relic weapons. Zodiac, is that what they're called? It's actually not a Zodiac, it's Zodiac. Misspelled it. Yeah, he is at. I think currently he is at the Atma stage in terms of his Zodiac weapon. Or at least he's currently working on the Atma weapon. The Anima weapon really is so expensive. Yeah, I mean, most of them are. And like they just take a long time. Like for example, I believe what is it again? I think like with the Realm Reborn one, so the Zodiac weapon, I think you need like 75 materia of different like rarities. 60 poetics for step 3. So that's the Anima step, I guess. I can see you also need like apparently 80,000 company seals. An incident in the train, so you gotta go. Alright. Yeah, you need a shit ton of stuff for the relic weapons. I'm gonna have to do that at some point as well. Anyway, let's see, where do I need to go? Oh yeah, oh, it's the docks. He goes all the way over there, so I might as well just teleport.
Good gods. Must the sea be so damned wavy? My stomach's churning, my legs are like jelly, and don't get me started on my poor old back. Thal knows how I'm going to haul this blasted crate all the way to the Fisherman's Guild. Oh. You've got a letter for me? Well, I'll be. Veralagos agreed to my offer. I knew he wouldn't let me down, I could feel it in my bones. Looks like my luck's finally turned. By this time next year, I'll be a Gillionaire. Oh, but look at me, getting all carried away, and I haven't even introduced myself. Roro Haru, purveyor of the finest silks, the most exotic perfumes, and the rarest curiosities in all Ul'dah, at least I was, until the calamity took all that away from me. My whole warehouse went up in smoke, and my fortune with it? I tried everything to get my foot back on the ladder, but I was cheated at every turn, lumbered with dodgy gil, and ended up getting deeper and deeper into debt. Now all I've got left are the clothes on my aching back, and this rotten box. I was just about to declare myself bankrupt, but then I got wind of a tasty tidbit of gossip that set my business brain in motion. There's this fellow in Ul'dah, you see, a real grandee. I knew him back when I was someone who knew people. Turns out he's got a thing for exotic fish, and he'll pay through the snout for anything suitably rare. That's when I thought of Wawalago. He's the greatest fisherman in Limsalaman, and an old friend to boot. Plus, he's the only one who appreciates the true value of the thing I've got in my box. I haven't the gil or the skill to bag the kind of fish I need without him. Nor do I have the legs or the back to lug this chest all the way to Candlekeep. But say, you're some sort of delivery woman, right? Could you help a feller out? I can't pay you anything now, but I'll remember you when I'm rolling in it.
Okay. Okay, I need to head down there. Oh yeah, I think I kind of forgot to actually go over the things that I'm planning on doing today, but essentially I only mentioned the delivery removal quest, but I'm basically also gonna do the, or at least hopefully, depends on how long these take, but I'm also planning on doing the current event that's happening. Which I think is super cool. I'm still kind of confused as to what the event is supposed to be, because it seems to be some sort of a mix between, like, I think it's supposed to be Halloween, but it's in the completely, like, wrong time for Halloween, because that's like, what, 3 months back or something like that. And so the only other thing it could be would be some sort of like carnival, but I don't know how celebrated that thing is, because like here in Denmark we have something called Fastelavn, but I don't know how celebrated that thing is around the world. Anyway, God, this music is fucking loud. Okay,
thanks awfully for carrying the chest for me, Missy. Don't know what I'd have done without you. Actually, I do. When I turned up empty-handed, Wawalago forced me to start fishing myself. If you're short of something to swap, you'll snare the scaly specimen solo, he said. Let's have a look at this gift you've got me. Blinking barnacles, it's beautiful. See it shine and shimmer, like the silvery scales of a sea serpent. The fish'll flock to bask in the brilliance of a natty knick-knack like this. Hee hee. I knew it. The pawnbrokers wouldn't trade it for toffee, but to a master fisherman, my supporter's worth more than money can buy. So, do we have a deal? Can I put down the rod now? Fine, fine. I'll fetch your fish for you. The rarest rarefied ray in the Rodino. Subject to you shoring up the shortfall in the settlement with a little light labor, that is. Catch me a carp, or a collie, or any form of fish you can find, and I'll honor your order. The shortfall? You mean the supporter's not enough? Then I'm ruined. I was sitting here for ages, and I didn't even get a nibble. There's no fish to be found in this accursed ocean. I dare to differ, my friend. There's shoals and shoals of scaly swimmers in the sea around you. Your foray into fishing floundered cause there's nothing but numbers in that noggin of yours. Clear your conscience of all those money-making machinations, and mellow your mind. Then the buggers'll bite. But we can't dally here all day, there's duties need doing down at the guild. So I'll lay down a little limitation, our dear delivery woman here will catch me a catch of her very own. If you've not netted a solitary specimen by the time she's tackled this task, the deal's as dead as a deviled dodo. So if I don't catch a fish before she does, I go home with nothing? Then it's all over. Good gods, I'll be beggared. The banks won't touch me with a barge pole. There you go, worrying over wealth again. If you're duly determined to procure this prize perch of yours, then ready your rod, banish that brooding from your brain, and focus only on the fun of fishing. Shauna, if you'd be so obliging, I'd like you to acquire me an anchovy. A local Lamansan one will fill the bill. They're common on this coast, so it shouldn't be a struggle to secure. Snatch one straight from the sea, or procure it from a purveyor, it's up to you.
Okay. I think I've done something with the UI. Give me a sec. It's hot. There we go. Now I can see what it says. Okay, present one of those. I wasn't meant to do that, and we actually just okay, yep, it disappeared. Didn't want that buff. Maybe this one would work. Just gonna do that because I feel like the bait music is pretty damn loud. That wasn't what I was trying to catch, but still, I just got a new one. Isn't used for anything, so that's just something I can desynth. There we go. Okay. That way. And I can switch over to here.
When you've acquired your anchovy, bring it back here to me. It's up to you how to harvest it, whisk one from the waves with your willowy wand, or meet with a munger and pick one up for peanuts. Whatever buoys your boat.
Okay.
Time's up, Roro Haru. Our dutiful delivery girl has completed her commission, and you still haven't snagged a single sprat. I'm sorry, but the deal's dead. No. Then I've lost everything. My fortune, my future. I might as well lie down here and die like a dog. Really, Roroharu, what have you actually lost? Dwell not on money and misery, but rather widen your eyes to the wonders of the world. Like just now, when you were focused on nothing but the fish, how did it feel? It was wonderful. For a minute there, I really felt like I was one with the ocean. All my material worries just washed away. But a fat lot of good it did me. I didn't catch a bleeding thing. Hat. Your financial frettings might have been mildly misplaced, but you've been a trader too long to fully free your feelings from the constant contemplation of coin. That's why the fish didn't bite. But still, if you drew some sense of satisfaction from it, I suppose that's a start. Holy mackerel. I mean, holy catfish. That isn't a saltwater catfish, is it? I thought they were extinct. Oh, if only my client could see this, I'd get a sultan's ransom for it. Sure as the sun, that's a saltwater catfish. There's some as say the species snuffed it in the calamity, but I'd heard word they were hiding here in Candlekeep. Seems the rumors were right. Take it, Roroharu, consider it a prize for your persistence. Do with it what you will. Wait, Wawalago. What about your payment? Aren't you going to take my supporter? The shiny shorts the fish go crazy for? The star-spangled subligar? Oh, those. I've got hundreds of them at home. Just remember, Roroharu, don't drag yourself down, brooding over business. Free your mind from fretting over your fortune and your future, and try to think like a fish. But if that still doesn't solve your sorrows, never forget that you'll always find friends at the Fisherman's Guild. However hard things seem, however low you go, when you think like a fish, your distress and disquiet just drift away on the tide. Was Wawalago planning to give me the fish all along? Gods, the man's a bleeding marvel. I don't deserve a friend like him. You know, it's a tough life being a trader. You can't think like a fish when you're swimming with sharks, or you'll get gobbled up. Closes your mind to anything but coin, it does. But whenever I deal with Wawalago, I feel liberated, like a great burden's been lifted from my heart. If I could only live as he does. I've had my fill of dealing with crooks and swindlers, spending every waking moment obsessing over my bank balance, and agonizing over who's going to steal it from me. It's time I made a change. Roroharu returned the saltwater catfish to the ocean. I'll throw it all away, and start again from scratch at the Fisherman's Guild. Here, Shauna, I hereby entrust to you the entirety of the great Roroharu's estate, the brilliant briefs no fish can resist. Wawalago says the fish take energy from its shining scales, and copy after them, helps them grow big and strong and happy. I never knew it before, but it's the same with people. If I'm to learn to live like a fish and set myself free, I need no supporter but Wawalago.
Okay, so that's why we get this Star-Spangled Subligar. Okay.
With your successful delivery,
You're level 19. Alright, just need to quickly check something on my phone, so let's see. Need to head up to North Shroud. So while we're at it, I can volume again. And you know what? Give me just 1 second, I just quickly need to do something. Here we go. Just my charger for my phone, because that one is starting to be kind of low. Alright. Actually, one thing that I just remembered, I caught it. Like, there was a patch, I think it was 6.08. That patch came out here like, I think it was maybe like, I think it was Tuesday actually, or maybe it was either Tuesday. I think it was like Tuesday morning for me that that patch came out. Apparently they fixed an audio bug, which I'm assuming is the one that I've experienced. So maybe that works now and doesn't cause weird audio issues. So maybe I can put this one back down to, if I can get it right amount. I absolutely hate when they have like these scroll things where you can't just like type in a number, especially when you want it at a very specific. God, I fucking hate shit. Just let me put it at fucking 50. I want it at 50. Please just work with. There we go. I hate it when you can't just change those things with like just typing it in, especially when you can't just increment it like by 1. It might also just be because of my mouse having too high like speed, but like I'm moving it the tiniest amount that I can. But apparently that's like, oh, you move it like by, I don't know, 2 or 3 sometimes.
You seek me, Amokote? I am she. Instructor of the God's Quiver, commander of the White Rams, and bane of any feathered fiend who dares poke his beak in the 12's wood. I know you. We've spoken before, have we not? I trust you've bagged a few birdies of your own since last we met. Shauna, is it? What business do you have with Meow? Apologies, a slip of the tongue. When I say with Meow, I mean with Meow. Kerr. Not Meow, Meow. Va. What do you want? Let me see that. Oh, how wonderful. It's a letter from Lady Phillida. The woman is like a mother to me, you see. I lost my parents when I was young, and it was she who raised me from a mewling babe. Her son was a great hero, a leader of the White Rams before me, but he too was lost in the line of duty. Ah, but let me see what news she has. She says she is to visit Fallgourd Float with her dear grandson. But by the dates she gives, she should be here at this very moment. It's strange that I have had no word of their arrival. Perhaps she simply misread her calendar. After all, she speaks of the future, but these dates are past. Tell me, adventurer, when was the letter posted? Kerr. Damn those incompetent muggles. Never trust anything with wings, I say. Then these dates must be true, they should be here already. I smell the filthy hands of those blasted birdies in this. We must send out a search party. If they came via Gridania, might they have been ambushed in Treespeak? A band of Ixal raid the area, but they're usually too chicken-hearted to approach the paths. I have a sentry there watching their movements. Go to him, and ask if he has seen anything untoward. Oh, and if you should happen to meet with any wee birdies, none shall weep if you snap their scrawny necks.
Okay. On down to that sentry, I guess. There he is, and I'm gonna have to fight some stuff. Apparently he has been ambushed.
Squaawk. Wounded featherless ones, you seek. Find them, my axe will.
Hold it right there, you squawking scum.
Squaawk. Good Garuda. Miyamokode, you are. Black Cat of the White Rams. My life, you will spare, yes. Squawk.
You'll get no mercy from me. I'll rip off your beak and wear it as a hat. Remember our motto, soldiers, all Ixal must die.
Hold a moment, ma'am. Before I was set upon, I was watching this group of Ixal for some time. They seem to be patrolling this area. Perhaps he knows something of what befell Lady Phillida and her grandson.
Cur. All right, I'll bite. Listen up, you beaky bastard. Answer me truly, and I'll grant you a painless death. Have you seen a lady and a young boy pass through this area?
Squawk. Searching for white-haired elder and girly-voiced hatchling, featherless ones are? Seen them, I have. Attacked by a nasty beastie, their caravan was. Ran from the beastie, they did, all frighty and shaking.
Cur. You lie. The only beasties around here that would think of raiding a caravan are you and your craven kind.
Caw, caw, caw. No, no, Black Cat. Only the truth, I am telling. Worth more than mine, these featherless ones' lives are? Then, maybe, a deal we are making? My life, you spare? Your featherless friends, I catch. Release them to you, we will, scratchless and sound. A deal, we have?
Catch them? And then hold them as hostages, no doubt. I say we kill the feathered fool right now, and teach these Ixal a lesson. Right, Shauna?
Rip his beak off. There must be some good in him. Let's agree to the deal. No,
There's no good in a birdman, just blood and bile. Believe me, I've checked. But mayhap you're right, we have little to lose by releasing this wretch, and possibly much to gain. All right, Beaky. If you truly swear that you will return our friends to us unharmed, we agree to your deal.
Squaawk. Spared, I am, by Mokode the Merciless. Believe it, I cannot. Well known to our kind, your cruelty is. And yet walk free, I do? Then on my honor, my word, you have. With my headwing, I shall speak. Your smooth and wrinkly friends, together we will catch. Send word, we shall. Come to the river bend northwest of here, and your friends, we shall return.
Ugh. How I despise listening to their feather-brained prattle. The fool knows nothing, except how to delay his death with false promises. Still, I would have you follow him to this headwing, just to be sure. We shall return to the spire, to see if the other parties have met with more success.
Yeah, that's all are. Welcome back. Thanks. I was kind of supposed to have streamed like Wednesday, but then my stomach decided that apparently I shouldn't after all, because then it started having some problems. So yeah, but now at least back. We can finally continue with these Google delivery quests.
Squaawk. Come to play, the Black Cat's dog has. For his life, the sniveling wretch begged. No true Ixal, that one is. By my own talons, punished he shall be. His craven promises, never will we honor. But to what I say now, listen well, featherless one, our hostages, your friends are. The old one and the young. See them again, you would. Then do my bidding, you shall. Within your borders, we search. Unharmed and unhindered, you will leave us. When done we are, and only then, the hostages, we shall release.
That was my vacation / housing. It went well. Not a whole lot happened, and I managed to actually get through most of Let's Play that I was watching, I think I have like 4 episodes left, which totals to around, I think it counted to be around 3, it was either a little bit more than 3 or 4 hours that's left of it. So I'm kind of planning on maybe watching that tomorrow, but apart from that, not a whole lot happened. It was basically just sit around, watch TV most of the time, and just walk the dog, like, occasionally. Couldn't really play with her outside, unfortunately, because the weather was absolute trash. Like, one day it was like snowing like crazy all of a sudden, and most of the days it was just like extremely windy, so it wasn't really like good weather to go out and like play with her. But overall it was fine, at least.
We lie, you think? Then the truth, we prove. Set free, the wrinkled one will be. Across the river you will find her, on the cliffs over Fallgord float. A lasting truce with you, we seek not. Pains me, it does, to show mercy to the hated Mokot. But our reasons we have, and our promises we will honor, if the black cat will do the same.
Okay, so this way.
Good morrow to you, adventurer. My name is Phillida. Would you happen to be the young lady sent by Mia Mokot? Then I thank you, from the bottom of my heart. I was traveling with my young grandson from Gridania, but as we made our way through Treespeak, we were set upon by an angered treant and our carriage was overturned. My grandson and I managed to escape, but we were separated from our guard.
You've been down with the coconut video. Oof. But at least you're free from being stuck at home now. That's at least something. Yeah, so far I've been lucky enough to not catch the coconut video, at least.
We fled into the forest, seeking shelter, but only found a nest of Ixal. They captured us, and bound our hands with rough twine. I feared we were to be offered to their god. Imagine my relief when I overheard them speaking of us not as sacrifices, but as hostages. And then, without a word of warning, I was released. They marched me here, removed my blindfold, and bade me wait for Mia's envoy to collect me. I thank you, adventurer. But, my grandson. Is he still in the birdman's clutches? We must send word to Mia right away. I pray you, adventurer, return to Mia and relate to her all that I have told you. If anyone can save my grandson, it is she. Please, do not worry about me, I can make my way to Fallgord float from here. The guards there will protect me.
We've been playing like 40 to 50 hours of Monster Hunter Rise the past 2 weeks. That's at least something. Plenty of time to just play games. I think I read like on the wiki that this quest is like extremely long, which I can already feel. It already feels like way longer than some of these other like delivery quests. Bad Games PC. Yeah, I think you mentioned that like last time I streamed.
Lady Phillida is safe? Thank the gods. But what of her grandson? Was he released, too? What? They plan to hold the boy hostage, to keep my claws from their craven necks? Their skullduggery knows no bounds. They say they will release the child when they have found something. I spit on their lies. They seek nothing but our land, and would use the boy as a shield to secure their trespass. Nafika as my witness, they shall gain nothing but their deaths. The birdies have picked on the wrong prey this time. The boy is the only child of Lady Phillida's late son, once the leader of the White Rams. We are honor-bound to free him from their filthy claws. They'll rue the day they ever thought of laying their hands on one of ours. You can tell Lady Phillida that Mia Mokote will not rest until her grandson is safely returned, and the rills run red with Birdman blood. Go to the bobbing cork, and let her know just that.
Okay. I feel like this quest is gonna take forever. I think it had like 10 plus, maybe around like 10 different objectives that I need to do. It just seems like it's a whole lot of like running around. Actually, couldn't just count how many it is. Apparently it's 12 different steps. Essentially, after talking to this girl, to the filter now, we need to then go back. Like, we need to just keep going back and forth between people, apparently.
Mia plans to rescue my grandson herself? That is the best news I could hope to hear. I cannot thank you enough for your assistance in this matter, young lady. I have known Mia since she was but a mewling babe, and believe me when I say that I have full confidence she shall devote every energy to rescuing my grandson. If anyone can rescue him from those brutes, Mia can. Near 20 years have passed since the day we first met, back when my son was still the leader of the White Rams. Before he was taken from us. A report came in that a settlement was under XIV attack, and he raced to its defense. By the time he and his men arrived, the XIV had already captured the village. My son refused to abandon it to their clutches, and led a daring attempt to rescue the villagers. He finally succeeded in expelling the invaders, but their deadly work was done. Only one child emerged alive from the ruins, Mia. My son took the orphaned girl under his wing, and taught her bowmanship. She came to idolize him as a master, and perhaps, a father. But now she is twice orphaned, and the XIV hold her master's only son as a hostage. I can well understand her fury. But, this anger of hers. I fear it may cloud her judgment in this case, and drive her to recklessness. I pray you, young lady, return to her, and urge her not to be too rash in her plans. I could not live with myself were my grandson's safety to be bought with friendly blood.
Okay, back up to her. Up to Mia. And some more stuff we need to do still.
Lady Phillida said that, even with her grandson held captive by the Birdmen, she worries for the safety of our soldiers? Truly, the lady's consideration knows no bounds. But I fear the time for restraint is past. It sickens me to sit by while the Birdmen prowl our forests, using one of our own as a shield. Their band has just been sighted from this very spire, and moving northwards. Do you realize what that means? The dissembling birdies return to their logging grounds, with Lady Phillida's grandson in tow. So much for their honor and honesty. We must pounce now, before they escape through Proud Creek and roll. Hold a moment, I have word from my scouts. Yes? You have them in your sights? Then on my order, unleash. What? They send a messenger? They say they've found what they were looking for, and will release the hostage immediately. Understood. Over and out. Did you hear that, Shauna? The Birdmen say they have released the boy, but in Proud Creek, of all places. Why, he would almost be safer in their evil clutches. You must go there straight away, and find the child before something wickeder does.
Okay. So, search for the grandson.
Are you a friend of Miss Mokote's? Thank you so much for coming to rescue me. Oh, yes, I'm quite alright. They didn't hurt me, only my pride. I was such a fool, stumbling straight into that XIV camp. I'm sorry for causing everyone to go to such trouble to rescue me. Mia wouldn't have let herself get caught so easily. Nor would my father. I'm just thankful the XIV were true to their word. I overheard some of what they were discussing. It seemed they were searching for a hatchling of theirs, the young of a chieftain who had disappeared from his nest. They had followed his trail into Treespeak. They were readying forces to launch an invasion to recover the child, knowing it would lead to all-out war with Gridania. But then they somehow learned of mine and Grandmama's arrival, and resolved to kidnap us instead, to secure the truce that would allow a rescue party to search unhindered. But there is something I don't understand. When the leader of the XIV cut my bonds, he whispered something strange to me, his promise, your father kept. And so the same, I shall do. And then they were gone. Young master. How good it is to find you safe. Is Autumnus? The XIV were on the search for a hatchling? So then they were not raiders, but rescuers. We must report these developments to Commander Mokot immediately. Let us rendezvous back at Eugenia's spire. Come, child, follow me.
Gotta say, some of these quests, like the delivery quests, are way more entertaining than some of the others. Like this one, I feel like is kind of boring, but that's simply because I have no clue who this lady is. I think we might have interacted with her during some MSQ, maybe? But I don't really remember her. And overall, I don't really have any, like, interest in this story overall. It's being told in this one. Like, some of the others were a lot more interesting because that was actually like characters that I remember us interacting with.
Please, miss, you have to stop her. The commander means to harry the XIV retreat, and strike them all down.
And you would stop me? Have you forgotten our motto? All XIV must die.
I know, but, please, ma'am, I beg you to reconsider. This was not an invasion, it was a rescue mission. They were searching for a lost hatchling. And after all, they did keep their promise, they released the boy. Surely it is only right that we should honor our side of the agreement and allow them to leave.
It's a motto, yep.
What agreement? Those were their conditions, and they only had the nerve to give them because they were holding the poor boy hostage. They invade our lands, steal our children, and you would show them mercy? The only peace they'll get from me is that of the grave.
Miss, you must help me. Go to the bobbing cork, and bring back Lady Phillida. She is the only one Commander Mokot will listen to. There's something that bothers me about all this. It's what that XIV chieftain said. Something of promises kept in years long past. If anyone knows what he meant by it, Lady Phillida will.
Okay, I think we just need to go talk to Phillida. And then I believe just need to head back.
My grandson is safe.
That's the end of the quest.
Adventurer. 8,000 times, thank you. How can I possibly repay you for all you have done for my family? I see. It appears the situation is more complicated than we first thought. The XIV that took us were a rescue team, and now Mia plans to attack them in their retreat, and the hatchling with them? And only I can stop her? Perhaps I can, for I indeed have some knowledge of this promise the XIV spoke of. How strange that their fates should be brought together again like this. The elementals work in mysterious ways. Very well. I will talk with Mia. Would it be too much to ask you to do me a further kindness? Run ahead to Eugenia's spire, and delay her from taking any drastic action. I will join you as soon as I can. The path is steep, and I am afraid I am not as young as I once was.
Okay. And yep, that's the end of the quest. Just need to talk to Mia.
All right, you're the last of them. Join up with the forward squadron, and begin the attack. The poor wee birdies won't know what hit them. What is it, adventurer? Don't tell me you object to my attack as well?
And so do I, Mia. Grandmama.
Lady Phillida. What are you doing here? You have been through so much at the claws of the birdman, you need to rest. As do you, Mia. There is a story you must needs hear, a story begun long ago, but not yet concluded. A story? What story? A tale from long ago, when my son led the white rams as you do now. A time when we found ourselves caught in the same snare as the XIV did this day, as if reflected in a glass. There was a young girl, trapped behind XIV lines. The white rams put together a rescue team to save her, and prepared to strike at the heart of the enemy. The XIV were surrounded, but their defenses were strong. All hope seemed lost. Until, quite by chance, a separate raid led to the capture of several XIV hatchlings, abandoned in their nests. So both sides came to hold younglings as hostages. Threat was answered with counter-threat, and both sides prepared for a bloody resolution. Until my son reached out to the XIV. He offered them a truce, and a promise, he would return their hatchlings, if the XIV would withdraw, and spare the child. Tell me, my dear. What was it the XIV chieftain said to you? That your father kept his promise? And so he would keep his in return? It can only be the will of the elementals that brought such a fate to pass. There can be no doubt, that chieftain was one of the XIV hatchlings my son released that day. It was my son's promise that lifted the siege on the village, and saved the child. A young Mikote girl, with an ink-black coat, and shining eyes. My master bought my life, with his. After 20 long years, the threads of destiny that entwined on that fateful day have brought you together once more. Whether you sever those ties now, or tie them stronger, only your heart can decide. To be bound to an XIV, or to cut myself free. All right, soldiers. Call off the attack. Send word to the vanguard, they are to escort the XIV off our lands, but under no circumstances are the birdmen to be fired upon. Anyone foolish enough to disobey will answer to me.
But, Commander. What about our motto, all XIV must die?
Oh, they'll die all right. The minute they step their filthy feet back in the 12's wood, I'll snap their twiggy wee necks and lap up their blood. Every clucking last one of them.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Humph. I did so want to push my claws into their beady little eyes, but it's not for me to put an end to what my master began. Shauna. You came to me with a letter, but in the end you brought me something far more important, true compassion, the legacy of my master that I was far too quick to forget. There is only one thing I can say. Thank Meow.
Okay. Funny. And then it's back to Limson. We'll grab 2 more quests. And level 20. Area.
With your successful delivery, your reputation as a letter carrier has grown.
Okay. Level up. Love that they like specifically for this quest just made a small animation of like, oh, the level up thing, and then just the question mark falling down, and just the like, just the entire thing just like going a bit tilted. Okay, Kieran always pays his steps, and the hazy professor.
Oh, Shauna, dear Shauna, my unfortunate assistant. I'm afraid that something rather awkward has come up, and I'm going to have to drop it right in your lap, Kyopo. It's an urgent epistle from Bango Zango, Vice Chair of the Brugg Air Consortium.
Looking forward to Elden Ring? I am indeed. I don't remember the exact date, but it wasn't like the 25th or 26th February that it comes out, or something like that. I quickly look up that. Okay, apparently by searching for the game on Google, it basically says, or I guess initial release date is technically true, I guess, November 12th, 2021, but that's not entirely correct. 25th is apparently when it comes out. I'm indeed interested in that coming out. I haven't bought it yet, or pre-ordered it yet, I guess, but I am definitely excited for that. Well, I might actually, I'm kind of thinking that if I'm not done with Yakuza before Elden Ring comes out, I'm kind of thinking of basically buying Elden Ring so I have it day one. But, and basically just like stream it when it comes out. However, I might have to basically like put Yakuza 0 on hold while I play that, just because I want to basically just like get started on Elden Ring as soon as possible when it comes out. And I still have plenty of stuff left in Yakuza. Yeah, I do hope that they actually fix the what's that? The online hack that was discovered like not too long ago with the Dark Souls servers. For anyone who doesn't know, Dark Souls, or some person who like, I guess, just hacks games but doesn't do anything malicious with it, basically found out that, oh, you can actually hack into a person's computer through the Dark Souls like online services. So if someone were to like invade your game, they could basically execute code on your PC. Just it's an arbitrary code execution bug. Yeah, thankfully it basically got enough of like a word out about it that From Software basically went like, okay, yeah, we need to fix that immediately. So they apparently, like, it was maybe this week, they basically took down the like all of the online servers for, I think it was Dark Souls Remastered, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, and I think that was actually it was just those 3 games. And I think a little bit later, the Prepare to Die edition of Dark Souls 1 basically took down the servers and tried, I guess, fixing the bug. Apparently there was also like I think it was called the Blue Sentinel mod for Dark Souls 3. Basically like an online mod that prevents hackers from like entering your game, so that if someone were to pop in and the program could take that, oh, they're using like hacks or something, it would immediately just kick them out. That apparently got a very fast update that basically, I guess, fixed that arbitrary code execution bug, but hopefully the online service for Elden Ring also gets the fix. It's it'd be kind of bad if the very first day people suddenly start having like people doing like malicious things with the arbitrary code execution. They didn't listen to the guy who found the exploit, so he made it public knowledge, basically forcing FromSoft to do something about it quick. Yeah, I think he actually did it on some person's stream. Like he literally, like, I think it was like he forced the game to basically shut down and started it was like a shit post essentially that it started reading through some program. I don't really remember what it was. Like he would do that. He didn't do anything like extremely malicious. He just did something that is not supposed to happen under any normal circumstances. And I think it was like on a somewhat popular streamer, at least some guy who had a lot of viewers. And then a bunch of people on YouTube basically also started reporting on it. But like, if it's some other like minor bugs that you can do, then I understand that From Software might not do anything with it. But if it's something like this, where like the person can essentially go in and be like, I think they could, in theory, go in and basically be like, oh yeah, at least System 32. That would be very, very bad. According to Spawn Wave, the initial public showcase of it was done on a live stream specifically for showing it off. Okay. I thought he just did it on some like random person's stream, but I guess it was specifically to show it off. Okay.
And to Bango Zango must it be returned. It was to be delivered to one Jajirun, a Kikiran who runs a trading post on the shores of Bronze Lake, but when I got there, the slippery devil was nowhere to be found. To make matters worse, he neglected to leave a forwarding address, Kyopo. I was going to break the news to Master Zango myself, but who am I to deny an oncoming delivery or such valuable experience? It's not often our service fails in its duties, so you'll have to be at your sycophantic best if he's to accept your apology.
Might have done it at random successes method at first. Maybe I'm basically just going off like some information that I read or that I basically got from a video that I watched. It has been a few days, so and I don't really remember entirely what they said, but I know the general gist of what happened, at least with like what the bug entailed, and then afterwards that hey, From Software actually did something. Yeah, that's at least good.
You'll find Mr. Zango just around the corner, in the Octant. Good luck, Shauna. The reputation of the Mughal delivery service rests on your shoulders, Kyopo.
Alright, so the Hazy Professor... you'll probably end up waiting with Elden Ring, your thing of extending your stream vacation by 5 to 6 months to see if you can finish up everything, the VTuber stuff. Okay. Yeah, I'm basically just like really hyped for Elden Ring, because like from what I've seen of like clips from just like the network test that happened like a few months back, that game seems like it has so much content in it. It's like it was such a small piece of the game that we saw, and it just looks so good. The only thing is just that I don't know if my PC can actually run it. That's the only thing. Because, yeah. Might need to check if my specs are actually good enough for the, what the game requires. Because if it is not up to right amount, then I might have to wait a bit before getting it, and maybe try and see if I can get some upgrades for the PC, because it has, my PC has also from like, I think it was like around fall 2015 that I bought it, so it is definitely starting to be a bit old. So yeah, might be about time that I get some upgrades. It's the first real open world Dark Souls 2, yeah. I feel like Sekiro was a little bit in like the direction of like slightly more open world Dark Souls-esque game. Technically it wasn't really open world, but it was like, it had more like exploration in terms of like each area was like way bigger since you had like a more vertical like place you could travel along. Since you had like the whole grappling hook thing. And I'm just thinking, considering how big it seems, it is gonna be. I'm pretty sure that, or at least I wouldn't be surprised if Elden Ring is at least gonna be like, I don't know, one of the games that's gonna be like nominated for like Game of the Year. Perhaps. Right, with the GPU shortage, it might be easier and cheaper to get something from Origin PC or PC specialists at this point. Maybe. I just don't know what I would actually need to like upgrade, because I think overall most of the things in my PC could probably use an upgrade. Don't know if necessarily my GPU needs an upgrade actually. I don't even remember what GPU do I even have. Let me see if I can actually quickly check that. I just need to remember how the hell I actually check that. We're just trying to open up the. Okay, now it wants. I'm basically trying to open up an NVIDIA GeForce Experience, and now it wants to basically install an update for some reason. Great. I think I can check it under there. Oh wait, now I forgot about. I just remembered. I think I can actually just check it under. Where's that? Ah, yeah. You can check it under the task manager. Typical NVIDIA experience. I mean, I haven't opened it up for like a while, so I guess that kind of makes sense. Let's see. GPU. I have an NVIDIA GeForce GTX 970. It isn't the newest one, but it might be good enough for Elden Ring. I'm just kind of wondering, is there PC requirements out yet? What am I sitting on for CPU? I have an Intel Core i7 6700K at 4 gigahertz, I believe it is. Okay, looking at the requirements from that are apparently posted on something called radiotimes.com. It says that the CPU is an Intel Core i5 2500K, so that is already good enough, I think. That department. And what about RAM? I have 16 gigabyte and it requires 8 gigabyte. Good. Video card. NVIDIA GeForce GTX 770. Already also have that. Good. So I might have good enough with this. And that's just for like the minimum requirements. Might have enough. In terms of like recommended, it is an CPU i7 4770K, 12 gigabyte of RAM, and an NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1060, 6 gigabyte. one, so I might not be able to run it at the recommended requirements, but I can at least, according to this, run it at like the minimum specs. If you'd get something like a 3060 or a 1650, you could move streaming coding to your GPU's subchip and have more space in your CPU for having sub information. Okay. I am definitely thinking that at some point I need to like get some upgrades for this, because my PC needs an upgrade at this point. Like, I think maybe also I might also need to figure out how to like upgrade the maybe my cooling stuff, because my god, it is noisy as hell, the fans that I have. Like my fans are so fucking noisy. So that might also be something that I should look into, but my problem is just that I have no idea how to like plug things into a PC correctly, and yeah, I don't know how to like do anything like building a PC. So that's the only problem. I do technically have a slight idea about it, but I don't know how useful this is. But I have played a little bit of like a what is that game called again? PC Building Simulator, that was what it was called. I have, at least from that, a little bit of an idea of how you can like build things regarding a PC, but I don't know how useful that is. Yeah. I might be able to like do it myself, but currently I don't know if I can. Anyway, I should probably get going with this. Let's see.
Knowledge, my dear assistant, is the gift that keeps on giving. I've got letters today for a fellow who embodies that notion, Professor Lambertient, Kyopo. He's an authority on ether, known for his passion and absent-mindedness. I'm sure you've heard of him. Lately everyone is talking about his theories. Now, such a renowned scholar has many students, and these letters come from his best and brightest. So your task, my friend, is to deliver the mail to Lambertient in Camp Drybone. Make sure to get it there promptly, as a good postwoman should, Kyopo.
Okay, I believe that guy we need to see is the same guy that we consulted in order to get information regarding like the Aether, what is that called again? The thing we basically need to do in order to like get to Garuda's, get through the Garuda's storm when like back in Realm Reborn. And right now, with what I have, it's probably better to just have a pre-built, because right now self-building is rather disadvantageous in terms of pricing. Okay. Might have to consider that then. Let's see here. That guy. Oh, he's right over here. Didn't even notice that.
Yes, I am Bango Zango, second chair of the Brug Air Consortium. And who are you, pray tell? If you have business with me, you'll need to make an appointment with my, what? My letter's been returned to sender?
Like GPUs, you'll either wait half a year or pay 3 times the price. Considering how pricey they can be from what I've seen, yeah, it might be a bit idea to just buy a pre-built PC. am thinking then that I might want to wait a bit. I'm kind of thinking that if I could get a job, then I can possibly like try and save up some money from that, and then maybe buy a PC once I actually have like saved up enough money to buy one. Because currently I don't want to just like start buying a PC just all willy-nilly. So yeah, at least in terms of like Elden Ring, I can apparently still play it. It might look like absolute crap in terms of like what other people can play it at, but I'll at least be able to, in theory, play it and also stream it.
Not known at this address. Gods damn it. I never should have trusted that double-dealing Kikirn. The minute I threatened to call in his debts, the blasted rat does a moonlight flip. Forgive my outburst. It's Jijirun I'm angry with, not you. He borrowed a sizable sum from the consortium, but he's fallen behind on his repayments. This letter was to be our final demand. Sad to say, it seems the wretch has taken the money and ran. It's a sorry state for a once shrewd trader to find himself in. He was the first to set up a trading post in Upper Lonacy after the calamity, straddling the fence between everyone from the kobolds to the maelstrom, and raking in a pretty packet from all sides. He ran it with his brother, Mean Rune, but they had a falling out some years back, a disagreement about the direction of the business, or so they say. Whatever the reason, it led to Mean Rune striking out on his own, and setting up his own little trading post in Oakwood. They've been rivals ever since. Perhaps that's when the rot set in. Memerune's fortunes have gone from strength to strength, but Jijirun, well, the only thing he's gained in the past few years is an ever-increasing mountain of debt. I had every confidence he would turn it around, but it seems my faith was misplaced. And what faith it was. Were he to default on this loan, it would have serious implications for the consortium's finances. I need you to do me a favor, adventurer, return to Upper Lonacy, and collar this rat for me. Mayhap his brother has some idea where he has scurried off to.
So you can drive bonus over there. Okay, he's head up there. I'm just gonna like fly from Hillport, I guess. Might be the fastest way. I've actually made some more progress in terms of like leveling classes. I got Astrologian to 50. I think it was Wednesday that I did that. I basically went around helping Homeball. Sometimes shows up in the chat. With basically doing just some fates, because he was doing the next step that I can do of the Born relic weapon quests. I basically just ended up getting enough XP to get level 50 there. Haven't played in a while. I think you also did mention, I don't remember where it was, if it was my chat or on Twitter, I don't remember exactly where it was, that you had decided to take like a small break from Final Fantasy.
Welcome, customer. Customer, welcome to shop at Mean Rune Shop. Memerune's brother causing bother? Run away with shiny shinies. Mean Rune no where Jijirun go. Mean Rune and Jijirun always fighting fight, never talking talk. Mean Rune keep to Mean Rune's side, and keep away from Jijirun's side. Mean Rune worked for long time at Jijirun shop, long time ago. Mean Rune spot good spot for new shop, but Jijirun say he want to stay put in Jijirun shop spot. Move here, Mean Rune say, but Jijirun no want to hear, and no want to move.
You're close to your subscription too. Alright. I mean, if you're not playing, I guess that makes sense to not have the subscription going. Unlike Chuchunmaru, who apparently had his subscription going since I think around July, I think, all the way until like January, where he finally found out that he's actually has a subscription still, and he decides to play again. Like he's been playing for months. He's basically been paying his subscription for months without actually knowing that it was still going, and he hasn't played at all. Which I have to say is kind of dumb, but I mean it is his first like proper MMO, so I guess it kind of makes sense. You remember mentioning that? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know about how a subscription works usually in an MMO, I guess that's something you can basically mess up with.
Quarrelsome Jajirune quarrel with Meme Rune. Go away, he say, so away Meme Rune go. Meme Rune moved to new place, and set up new setup. Never ever talk with Jajirune ever since. Everyone cross with Jajirune? Everyone think Jajirune cross everyone? Jajirune need help, and helpful Meme Rune help. Look in Jajirune shop, Jajirune leave shop, but maybe he leave hints that hint where Jajirune go.
Okay. Also to Jajirune's trading post. I actually never noticed that it's set that it was Mirune's and Jajirune's trading post.
What's your business air, darlin'? Bango Zango sent yet to look for a missin' trader? Heh, same air. Seems the consortium ain't talking no chances when it comes to tracking down this Jajirune character. What say we work together, then, lass? I put the shakes on the shopkeep over yonder already, he don't got a glimmer where the old boy's got to. Says this pile over air's Jajirune stash, but it ain't nothing but chocobo feed. Hardly worth filchin', when it comes down to it. Thought he might taken the loot with him, but the only thing missin's what was in this air chest. According to yon shopkeep, it weren't naught but a pile o' mommal ja coinage, and that ain't worth its weight in chite to anyone this side o' the deep. Except in the mommal ja, that is. No Eorzean merchant'd touch that stuff with a 40 yalm barge pole, but chances are it still owes some value to the beasts. Air, ya don't reckon the rat bastard's gone off to ire Imselt the lizardman army, do yet? There's a band o' the scaly buggers engine around northwards, but a Kakirn's one thing and a mommal jaw's another. I ain't gettin' paid enough to go pokin' me nose in lizard business. I'll EAD back to Limsa and report to Zango. Don't ye be gettin' yourself in any trouble now, lass.
Okay, I'm guessing heading north of here. Yep. Search for him in the shallows of Bronze Lake. It's apparently around here. There he is.
Look. Debt collector comes to collect Jajirune's debts. Jajirune give Mommal Ja back the shiny shinies, then good Mommal Ja protect Jajirune from bad collector, yes. Very well, Jajirune, you have a deal. Mommal Ja protect you from smooth skin. Soldiers, cover our retreat.
Okay. Okay, and that went all the way up here. A bar.
You seek Jajirune, collector. The pirate has him. Mommal Ja make deal to protect Jajirune from you, and you alone. He say nothing about the pirate.
Okay.
You are not collector? Then Mommal Ja work is done. Jajirune make another bad deal, no wonder collectors are after him. Mom will ja make good deal with Jajirun, buy many items, and pay fair price. But when we pay, Jajirun say our money no good, and ask for gil. If Jajirun want gil, he need to say so at the start. Mom will ja proud warriors, not mind readers. You want find Jajirun? Speak with Rat Brother. Maybe he knows where the pirate take him.
So back to him again. Okay, back over to Mimroon. Don't feel like I've heard any of that, like, scratching sounds, so I'm guessing that the patch that came out fixed it. It seems that way.
Jajirun did deal with Momul Ja and got Momul Ja shiny shinies. But Momul Ja shinies no good to pay back his back payments? Oh no, oh no. Jajirun collected by collector? That collector a pirate collector, and pirate collectors deter debtors by barreling them in barrels, and jettisoning them from jetties. Got to stop Jajirun getting launched in the lake. Go to Jajirun shop, and stop freebooting Jajirun into the wet water. Meme Rune got arrangements to arrange, but see you there soon.
Okay. And that's the last step of the quest now. So, speak with the retired Reaver. Over here. Okay, I feel like this is kind of dumb that you can't fly through this. Because it's just like one giant solid object they made. But disappointed that you can't fly through it. It's like it has plenty of space, I'm pretty sure. Okay, warp.
Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Well, if it ain't me old darlin'. Look here, lass, I finally got me mitts on the shirkin ratch, and he's about to take the plunge. Seems he'd been making merry with the Momul Ja, but he never counted on em trying to lumber I'm with their own dodgy lucre. And ya can't pay your debts with lizard coin, can ya, Jajirun? Poor old bugger ain't a bad sort, really, should have just been a bit more careful drawing up his deals with the beastmen. But good intentions don't count for shite in this business, a defaulter's a defaulter, and a bailiff's got to do what a bailiff's got to do. I thought I'd washed me ends o' the pirate life when I went into the collectin' racket, but the old ways still come in handy. They pays me a pretty penny to give those as bilk their lenders the old Evo, pirate style, bong em in a barrel, and sling em in the briny. Stop, stop, stop. Meme Rune give you shinies. Many, many shinies to repay repayments. Here, what's with the above, whiskers? Are ye sayin' ye'll pay off Jajirun's debts for I'm? Well, blow me down. There's enough gil air to drag down a galleon. This'll cover what the consortium's after, alright. That's an end to that, then, time to let the rat out o' the barrel. Jajirun no speak to Meme Rune for long time, but Meme Rune pay Jajirun's payment? Jajirun not worthy of worthy Meme Rune. Nothing to give in return. Nothing but, Jajirun shop. Jajirun shop no more. Jajirun shop Meme Rune shop now. No, no, no. Meme Rune no take Jajirun shop. Jajirun keep dealing deals, and pay Meme Rune back bit by bit. Ain't ya lookin' to get your hands on his trade in post? I thought you Kikirns was all cutthroat when it came to business. If you add his plot, yet obey the whole of Upper Lunacy under your thumb. And there ain't nothing like a monopoly to push up prices. No. Meme Rune no want Jajirun shop, Meme Rune just want to help. Why Jajirun no ask helpful Meme Rune for helpful help? Jajirun could no face showing Meme Rune his face. Good Meme Rune suggest good suggestions, but ignorant Jajirun ignore proposals, and propose Meme Rune go away. Jajirun wrong to wrong Meme Rune, feel bad feelings ever since. Jajirun no wrong, Jajirun and Meme Rune differ because Jajirun and Meme Rune different. Good Jajirun stand up for long-standing customers, good Meme Rune like to look for likely place to find new customers. Different ways of working, but both ways can work. So that's how it is. Yeah, we're stuck on stay and put cause ya didn't want to leave your old customers in the lurch, But while your brother's new post starts rolling it, picking up all the new custom off the western road, your old faithful let ya down. Only takes a few big money deals to go south, and before ya know it, ya ain't got a pot to piss in. It's a sorry tale, to be sure. Meme Rune only set up new shop to show Meme Rune as good a trader as good trader Jajirun. If Jajirun not there to motivate Meme Rune got no motivation. Jajirun will always be Meme Rune's unrivaled rival. Do ya hear that, Jajirun? Your little brother don't Alf set store in yet. And what better ways there to thank I'm for saving your IDE than bringing your business back to its feet? Just remember to get em to pay ya in Gil next time. Jajirun got tears in teary eyes. Jajirun agrees to agreement, Jajirun deal better deals, and get the better of Meme Rune. Not as bad enemies, but good rivals. Now that's what I call a deal. And with both oh yeah backing up the other, I reckon there's no way this one'll fall through. Go on then, lads, get back to your posts, draw up your plans, and show Lana see what ye got.
Nice. And the little 21 carrier.
With your successful...
Okay. Just curious. Is Meme Rune actually over here? They only include them during this because Gyro, I don't remember being over at that pier. To be honest, I never really went there. I think I went there once when I was part of the FC. Meme Rune is here. Okay. Maybe the Gyro is just not part of the game normally. Anyway, okay, Tribone. To head there. Where? Is he inside one of the buildings? Oh yeah, that's right, he's in here. Forgot about that.
Why, yes, I am Professor Lamberty and... we've met, you say? Are you certain about that? Perhaps telling me why you've come will refresh my memory. I have been expecting these. I still can't quite remember you, but you have my thanks all the same. So all three will attend the symposium. Excellent. I expected their reply sooner, but better late than never. Pray excuse me. I've gotten ahead of myself. The symposium I speak of is a biannual event that I organize for my students. We gather under one roof to share our research and critique others, constructively, of course. Perchance you are familiar with aspect conversion? 'Tis a theory I but recently published, with the aid of an adventurer much like you, come to think of it. Anyway, the focus of this symposium shall be post-aspect conversion. Speaking of which, the hour is nearly upon us, though it seems my pupils have yet to arrive. Oh well, there are papers I can attend to while I wait. Since you have proven yourself an able courier, would you mind taking these flowers to the tavern for me? 'Tis the venue for the symposium, and I fear it wants for decoration.
Okay. Over to the tavern.
You are still here? I must have finished more quickly than I realized. Though to do things swiftly and well is only natural for a mind like mine. Where are my students? 'Tis strange for them to be so late. And what of my big surprise? Ahem. I present the original 4 volumes of my latest work, on the properties of aspect conversion. I intend to bequeath them to my students, as thanks for their assistance, once they arrive, anyway. They are awfully tardy. Perhaps I shall retire to my chambers for the time being.
You have to tell them that's possible, I guess.
Well, I suppose you are free to go. But if you venture outside Camp Drybone, would you keep your eyes open for my pupils? I'm sure they are fine, but I worry all the same.
Could also be that they went to the wrong place. I can still hear the audio problem. It has not been fixed. God damn it. It's not as often that it seems to happen, but it's still there. Basically the scratching thing.
You see neither hide nor hair of the students.
Like, I'm almost 100% certain that it's due to the whole, like, new audio system that they introduced in Endwalker. That is 100% the thing that fucked it up. I'm almost certain of it, because it never happened before Endwalker. And then right after Endwalker came out, it started happening, so it's almost certainly that.
Have you seen any sign of my students outside the camp? Nothing at all. My students must be busy with their research. So busy that they forgot to tell me. The symposium is hereby cancelled. My pupils will have to wait for their egads. The books. I left them in the tavern. This is also. Ahem. Could you retrieve them for me? I require a moment.
Okay, retrieve the books. I guess they show up.
Do mine eyes mislead me? 'Tis the adventurer who came in search of corrupted crystals. Of the countless taverns throughout the realm, that we would cross paths here. Tell me, Shauna, what brings you to this place?
The symposium's been cancelled on account of our absence. Whatever for. It's to be held tomorrow, not today.
Evidently the professor mixed up the date, hence why he fears we have forgotten all about it. The professor can be ever so slightly scatterbrained, though a genius when it comes to ethereal studies.
Ha ha ha. As if worse hasn't been said of us, ha ha Sacco. People would still think us lunatics had we not come to study under the professor.
Indeed. Whatever his failings, none of us would be where we are without him. I say we surprise him with a gift of our own, something to show our thanks for all he has done, and to commemorate his latest publication.
Here. And I think we all know what would make the perfect gift.
Corrupted crystals.
Ha, a fine idea, if I do say so myself. Can we count on your help as well, Shauna?
I must return to Highbridge and prepare a containment vessel for the crystals. You may come and collect it anon.
Okay.
As Professor Lambertian's greatest students, we must lift his spirits, I most of all, as the greatest of us three.
Corrupted crystals are central to the professor's research. I dare say he will jump for joy when he gets them.
Okay. So over to Sacco and High Bridge. Okay, I'm kind of wondering if I can maybe fix the that. Okay, that's been placed there. Good. Nope, that doesn't fix it. God damn it.
'Tis high time you arrived. I completed my preparations a long while ago. We seek crystals marred by nary a single mark. Make your way to the center of the burning wall, where stands the finest of formations. Here is a sledgehammer you can use to fracture a cluster once there. And here, a warded pot. Collect within it the shards of crystal, and deliver the lot to Sina. Simple, is it not? I trust you are aware that the nearest path to the burning wall begins at Burgundy Falls? Then I bid you merry mining.
Old Fantasy 14, yep. Just kind of wish that they would actually fix it, because it's like, I seem to have like a very small problem when it comes to the glitched like audio, which like only seems to happen when I'm flying around. However, some people apparently have it, I think, where it's like during cutscenes, where it's like you can't hear anything during cutscenes because it's like just constantly just scratching sounds. So it basically kind of like ruins the experience for them. For me, it's just annoying. And you didn't even have the issue. Yeah. Like, it seems to be semi-random. Maybe it has something to do with, I don't know, maybe it has to do with like maybe parts in your PC that does some things, or maybe some, it could be like several different things, but like the thing is just that it only happens in Final Fantasy. I don't have this issue anywhere else. And it seems like it only also happens when I'm streaming, specifically. And I think that's usually due to the fact that whenever I'm playing it while not streaming, I usually have something playing in the background, which apparently can fix it. Like, that can apparently, like, make it so that the problem doesn't appear. Weirdly enough. I don't know why, but that's apparently a fix that I found online, that, oh, if you have audio playing in the background, it fixes things, which is just kind of weird. Anyway, sledgehammer.
You fracture the corrupted cluster. Place the crystals within the warded pot.
Okay. And I'll just teleport there.
Welcome back. Did the Mirror Knights give you any trouble? Aha. An exquisite pot full of corrupted crystals, if ever I saw one.
Well, now that everything seems in order, I shall summon the professor for his surprise.
Could be related to audio destruction information. Your audio card cannot stand to handle the information it receives. Just going to translate into noise. Maybe? Like, I remember at least at one point that I think it was after I installed what is that called again? I'm forgetting what the hell that program is called again. Voice Meter Banana. After I installed that, I had a like weird thing where if there's too many like audio sources was playing at the same time, it would mess with things, but they fixed that at least. So just kind of wondering why this is happening, because from what I understand, like from what I read online, the thing that like is in the game that causes the problem is apparently that like I have no idea if this is actually true, this is just what I read somewhere, that if like a bunch of things in the game produce audio and you can basically hear it depending on the distance, but apparently if there's things in between you and the audio source, that basically like messes with the audio for some reason, that causes it to apparently be just static that you get, which is, I don't understand why that happens, why that would happen. So I'm just confused by this problem still, and I hope that maybe in 6.1 that they hopefully fix it, or if they come out with a 6.09 update that they maybe also fix it there, because I just really want this problem to be fixed, because it's just kind of annoying to have constantly deal with like a scratching noise in your ears. You're just flying around.
Ahem. What surprise, pray tell. If it was for the symposium, I'm afraid you're too late. Professor Lambertiant. And you, postwoman, did you ever intend to return with what I asked? Why, I ought to.
Hold on a moment, Professor. You forgot that the symposium starts tomorrow.
We know you can be a bit absent-minded. But above all else, we beg you remember. No student ever skips a symposium.
Voila! Corrupted crystals to celebrate your latest publication, and to express our gratitude for your constant support.
Ahaha. So that's what you three have been doing. I hardly know whether to laugh or to cry. It just so happens I have prepared something for each of you, as well. On the properties of aspect conversion would not exist were it not for you all, and so I thought to divide the volumes between the four of us, that the set would be complete whenever we meet. Your questions, your contributions, your very presence drives me onwards, as quickly as a corrupted crystal can change aspects. It matters not where our research takes us, so long as we are of one mind and one purpose. Why don't we meet 4 times a year instead of 2? It would be a pleasure to hear your papers more often, and to present mine own, of course. I must say, I am quite eager to begin experimenting with these crystals. You didn't go to too much trouble obtaining them, did you?
Not at all, haha. Shauna saw to the dangerous tasks. For the second time, come to think of it, didn't her efforts serve as inspiration for your research before?
Shauna. I knew I had seen you before. Well, no longer shall your contributions go unrecognized. I, Professor Lambertient, hereby name thee an honorary pupil. Now, my friends, to work. The unsolved mysteries of ether are waiting to be unraveled.
Okay, we get some crystals and shards. That's nice. Okay, and level 22, I believe.
With your
Okay, and then it is back to Limsa. And we just have 3 quests left. I think I have to do 2 of them first. Then I can do the last one. I think, because the last one is like the... I don't know, the final one, I think. Let's see. Yep. Blues on the Emerald Avenue and better left unfound. Get a carnation.
Dear me. A fine mess this is, a fine mess indeed, Kyupo. Kyupapo. I didn't notice you there. I was too preoccupied with living a post-Muggle's worst nightmare. I have a letter with an unreadable address. All I can make out are the words Mond, and Ulda. The rest is illegible squiggles. Who could it be? Clement. No, maybe, Vymond. Or Frymond, oh, of course, Wymond. Yes, Wymond, the Sultanate's information monger. Not a single doubt about it, my assistant, Wymond in Ulda is our recipient. Now, take this letter to him. I believe he can be found on Emerald Avenue most days. I'll rest easy knowing it's in your experienced hands, Kyupo.
Okay, and we get either potions, either vitality or mind potions, or gil.
Shauna. You've come not a moment too soon, Kyupo. I have a letter addressed to Land Enel over in Camp Tranquil that wants for immediate delivery. I hope he isn't inclined to send a reply, though, because there's no return address to be seen. But one task at a time, Kyupo. First of all, we, and by that I mean you, must see the letter safely to Landinel's hands. I must warn you, though, rumor has it the good captain of the Sixth Spear has been acting strange of late. Perhaps this letter has something to do with it? At any rate, best not to keep him waiting. Now off you go, Kyupo.
Okay, so Camp Tranquil and Ulda. So that's Ulda. So you should be up here somewhere. Yep. Yes.
If it ain't my Venturin friend, or is it post-woman today? Can't say I was expecting mail, though. Raymond, we have your daughter. Demands behind shack at Copperbell. Obey or she dies. The purple haze. Tis a ransom note. Why'd you bring this to me? I ain't Raymond, you fool. And I can't very well look the other way, can I? Course, it'd have to be the god's damn purple haze. Cruel sense of humor fate's got, making me remember what I've worked to forget. They're a gang of crooks who'd do in a newborn babe for the right price. Thought they all got thrown in the clink before the calamity. If they're at large again, then we've got to stop them. My home plus your blunder makes it we. So I'll thank you to get their demands from Copperbell.
Okay. Over to Copperbell Mine. And apparently this is one of the longer quests as well. Damn it. How many steps is this one actually? $11 steps. Oh my god. Okay, what are the demands? Can I read them? They list instructing Raymond the purple haze requires to see a story again in one piece. And back to Ulda.
Nice Timon, I just got back myself from delivering the bad tidings to Raymond and his wife. Good folk hit by bad fortune, those two. Had to stop them from Callan in the brass blades, though. That'd only force the Hayes' hand, and get the girl killed. Took a lot of promises, but they've trusted her life to me. That's how it stands on my end. You got the ransom demands?
Yep.
The Hayes redemand in the deed to Raymond's land, or the ceruleum neath it, more like. Secure the mineral rights, and live as kings. Clever. Too clever. I've got a sneak-in suspicion the gang's actin' as the brawn to some corrupt merchant. But they'll succeed over my dead body. Before I get you involved, Shauna, there's something you ought to know. I used to be part of the Purple Haze. I was one of the bastards. Blackmail, extortion, confidence tricks, if it was a far cry from lawful, I'd a hand in it. Those were black days, and I'd still be lost in the dark, if not long dead, had it not been for her. A flower girl named Murtagh who used to stand at this very spot. Buying one of her roses turned into my daily routine. Just to hear her say thank you kindly, Mr. Wymond. Not once did she get my name right. But seeing that innocent smile made me see goodness in the realm. But then, the Haze silences this one bloke. He was a good, upstanding type, who'd informed on the gang. Brave man's sacrifice should have made for a happy ending. But that informer was Murtagh's brother. And she just vanished. Never saw her smiling face again after that day. Not once. Ain't easy to talk about, even after all these years. Enerode, it was the push I needed to leave the criminal life. I sang like a canary to the most famous detective I could find, Hilde Brand.
Wait, is that Nashu back there?
But he took me for the dead man. Went around Ulda telling anyone who'd listen I was a righteous monger of information.
I'm pretty sure that's Nashu from the Hildebrand quest
Soon
lines.
enough, all of the Haze were behind bars.
It
I'd
is.
gotten my new chapter, but had nothing else to my name. So, I stepped into the murdered bloke's life, and rode the rumors to where I am today.
Pretty sure they're not supposed to be here right now. Considering that Hildebrand is supposed to have been sent flying, and is, I think, supposed to be over somewhere in the Stormblood areas. With Nashu going after him. But this is also supposed to be happening during what? 2.55, like around the end of the around the end where the around the Born Hildebrand questline came out, or the final parts of that.
Come to think on it, though, where in the hells are that Hildy and Nashu? Even that prize pair should have gotten wind of this kidnapping.
We're actually looking over at our cards, but it isn't. Nice.
Well, my point is that I ain't standing by while scum threatens a little girl's life. Can I count on your help saving her, Shauna? Good, good. Cause it just so happens I've got a scheme that needs 2 bodies. The way I see it, the haze'll disperse if we snuff out the mastermind. But this merchant's too smart to be caught within a malm of the gang. So we'll just need a trap so large he can't see it coming, the market itself. First, we have to start a few rumors, and make them seem true. Make your way to Cesaraga at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange, and get his attention with this banknote. Tell him you're working for a wealthy fellow who wants to buy as much ceruleum as he can with the gill promised on that paper. Then, actually buy a boatload of the fuel from whomever Cesaraga introduces. You mark my words, Shauna, those villains re-go into stumbling back into my life.
I actually do have it into the quests. Due diligence, that is a very low quest. Sapphire Avenue, it's over there. I'm still confused as to like what this event that's currently happening is supposed to be. Like, it looks like it's Halloween, but it's not the right time for it. It's called All Saints Wake, apparently. I'm just kind of confused as to like what the event is supposed to be like celebrating.
Adventurer, what do you want? A purveyor of ceruleum, you say? An expensive request, do you have the funds to back it?
Is there a promissory note documenting the considerable amount of gil borrowed in Lyman's name from one of the realm's most prestigious banks?
My dear lady, how came you by such great riches? Your employer's money, well, allow me to assure you that you are speaking with the right person. Sintgott, the fellow over yonder, will be happy to provide all the ceruleum you desire. And let us not forget to thank the finder. Your sudden interest, however, gives credence to today's rumors that a certain engineer's groundbreaking invention will send the demand for ceruleum, soaring. Yes, 'tis perhaps time that I purchase ceruleum futures myself. What I could do for Mistress Mamadai with... but I have said too much.
Okay, this guy.
Welcome, welcome. What might a discerning, ceruleum? Of course. Are you interested in current stocks, or futures? And what do you have to spend? Gods be good. In all my days, no one has ever placed so large an order. It is your money, yes. If you are tied up in something shady, there can be no deal. I see. Well, if this employer of yours is legitimate, I will be happy to assist you. And let me say, he has impeccable timing. What do I mean? Why, just that the market has been full of rumors today, about Garland Iron Works. The word is that those engineers found a way to craft airships for a fraction of the cost. Vessels will soon fill the skies, and the price of ceruleum will soar. If this is true, ceruleum will become the most desirable of commodities. And with the amount he's willing to spend, I dare say your employer knows a thing or two we don't. But this is not the time for talk. Here is your ceruleum futures contract. I'll make good on it, or my name isn't Sintgott.
And then head back to Lymond.
Heard Cesaraga introduced you to Saint God. Do you have a futures contract to show for your dealings with him? Well, you've set the price of Ceruleum Sarin high as an airship. It was me who started those rumors. But they look real now that you've placed that order. Hold on to the futures contract for now. 'Tis the very bait we need to lure the mastermind into the open. No doubt he's heard how you swept into the markets. That's like to vex him, as is the news that he's gotten himself a rival businessman with a real adept underlin. And how do you imagine he'd feel if said underlin were to meet with the Hayes secretly? With ceruleum prices high as they are, he'd feel betrayed for God's damn sure. Shauna, it's a date with a kidnapper at the coffer and coffin for you. You'll have to find a man of the Hayes, course, but just keep your eyes out. Get his attention with a pint. Then, show him the futures contract, and let it slip your employer's looking for rich land. His greed will do the rest.
Okay. Over to the coin and cover. I believe it's just like this little thing down here.
What? A drink? Fine. Ain't nothing in the realm for free, though. What do you want? So it's your master what struck it rich in the ceruleum craze. Ha. I suppose it's him I ought to thank for this grog, eh? Mine his own ceruleum. Har har. I'll wager he is, the greedy bugger. Maybe you've got an itch I can scratch. I'll be coming into the deed to a huge plot of land shortly. Ceruleum rich land. Its yield? Take what you're imagining, and add 2 zeros. 2. Might be land ain't quite me cup of tea. Might be as I'm willing to sell it. For the right offer, that is. Just a little something to think about. But I'm drowning me troubles here most days if you fancy another chat.
Okay, and back to Wyland. I think we're going bang for the whole lot with these guys, or with this quest.
While you were gone, the price of ceruleum hit its peak. I'll need the contract back now. It'll fetch a good price, and give me the funds to finish things with a bang. Appreciate it? And you meetin' with that thug. Our mastermind's sure to be feelin' betrayed, what with his underlin talkin' to my own in the coffer and coffin. After he went to the trouble of kidnappin' Raymond's daughter, false friends tryin' to turn a profit on their own ain't like to sit well with him. And I've given him a little push with a certain letter as well. Reckon he'll be leavin' to question the Hayes roundabout now. The lot of them remakin' for Cutter's Cry, and straight into the trap you've worked to bait. Leave the SPRIN of it to me. Heh, ain't none of them leavin' those caves unscathed. What's it I mean to do? Can't spoil the surprise yet, but don't worry unduly. Wyman's just going to play a trick, something from the bad old days.
Okay, over to Cutter's Cry. Okay, we only have this step, then 2 more left.
The stage is set, Shauna, and we're in for a good show. The Hayes said to put the deed over there. I obliged, with a forgery. Our mastermind's here, too. I'm hoping my deed fools them, so they'll let the girl go. Easy, lass. You're safe now. Just keep close to that kindly venturer, at. Well, looks to be drama unfolding twixt our villains. Wouldn't want to be in that thug's boots, our mastermind's doubtless given the bloke a right proper grillin' about his relationship with you. But at the end of the day, the merchant needs the haze. To keep 'em sweet, he'll offer a bigger share of the spoils. And they'll accept it, I don't doubt. No sense in them sidin' with some venturer they barely know over the merchant's coin. So they'll seal their deal with the haze's solemn custom, pass in a pipe while speaking a crook's vow, that sworn in Somnus's glow holds true in hell's fire. Ha! As if a puff or two bound them to anything. But I will say, that bit of Somnus takes the edge off. But what if some bloke went and hid military-grade fire sand nearby? Heh. The moment they light their pipe, 100 million gills worth of the stuff will explode. That's what I sold the futures contract for, explosives what can blow a settlement sky high. Least, that's what the fellow who sold it, now hold on a moment. That whole sky high bit might not be even a figure of speech. Seven hells, hope something survived that. Well, little one, I reckon you've had enough excitement to last a lifetime. Go and find the brass blades. They'll see you safely to your parents.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good child, that. Shauna, make sure she meets her family at Erzaneath Ossuary. They ought to thank you for all you've done. I'd be grateful if you'd check in on Raymond's wife while you're there. She's young and comely, but the worry made her look weary as a crone.
Okay. Let's hold on then. And after I've talked with her, I need to deliver something apparently to Wyman.
Oh. Are you Wyman's friend? Then I owe you a great debt. I was beside myself with worry when he came, but no longer. My daughter is safe. As she tells it, it seems we need fear the gang or that awful merchant no more.
You have my gratitude as well. In truth, I wavered, enlist the brass blades to bring our daughter home by force, or leave it to Wyman to save her with cunning. But my wife felt he could be trusted, and full glad am I that she convinced me to do so as well.
We wish to thank Wyman, too. Could you take this to him on Emerald Avenue? 'Tis a token, really, but I hope it shows our appreciation. Once again, thank you for returning our daughter to us.
Deliver the single rose. From Raymond's wife, the old friend. So I'm assuming that she was the girl that he bought flowers from. At least I'm assuming that's the case.
Playin' postwoman again? Wait, before you hand it over, are you dead certain it's for me, and, if it is, that it ain't another ransom note? A rose. Just like what I used to buy from Murtha. Ever since she vanished, time stood still for me. I've been waiting for her so long, what used to be her spots turned into mine. Precious blossom, this. Makes the good memories come flooding back. Who's it from, by the way? Raymond's wife, Well, look at that, there's even a card. Thank you kindly, Mr. Wymond your Murtha. Seven hells. It was her all along? She grew up quick. I'm glad she's happy, and has a good husband. Thank you, Shauna. I think time will start moving for me again. Thank you kindly, Mr. Wymond. Heh, she still doesn't get my name right, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Hmm. $23, I believe it is now. Yep.
With your success.
Okay. And then it's off to Camp Tranquil. Deliver a letter to Lentinel.
Well, if it isn't Shauna. It has been too long. Still gollyvanting about on endless adventures, I shouldn't doubt. Ah, what I wouldn't give to be doing the same. But enough about my suppressed desires. What business brings you here?
Well, deliberately or not, the sender of this missive failed to mark the envelope with an return address.
A letter? Well, what have we here? This cannot be. It's an invitation from Weiskat to a memorial service, for the commander of the Company of Heroes. The commander went missing some 5 years ago, shortly before the calamity. As if in anticipation of his disappearance, he disbanded the company and sent us all our separate ways. It was all so sudden, we knew not what to make of it at the time. Some believed he feared for the lives that would be lost at the hands of primals. Others believe he was convinced the calamity would mean our end, and dismissed us that we might enjoy what little time remained. His final request was that, wherever life should lead us next, we live up to the words of our company creed, the duty of the strong is to protect the weak. To that end, I returned here to Gridania and joined the Wood Whalers. I've done my best to honor that promise. But if truth be told, I was never truly happy at my post. Often did I dream of fighting at my commander's side once more. And so I have decided to resign from the Wood Whalers. Indeed, I have already made my decision known to my superior, and but await an official discharge. Once released from my post, I had intended to search for the commander with Weiskat, with whom I had been in contact about my plans. But now this letter arrives with talk of a memorial service. I simply cannot believe it. There was no one stronger, more resourceful. What is more, Weiskat himself agreed to help me find the commander. Why would he do this if he knew that the man had died? Whatever the hells is going on, I will get to the bottom of it. I will go to Weiskat and demand an explanation, and depending on what he says, former comrade or no, I may well spit the bastard on my lance. You'd best be on hand when I talk to him, adventurer, lest I do something I may regret. I shall make my way to Costa del Sol as soon as the matter of my resignation is settled. Pray join me there. I shan't approach Weiskat until you have arrived.
Okay, out to Costa del Sol. There he is.
Good, you're finally here. Now we can get down to business. You agreed to help me search for the commander, but then you send me this invitation. What is the meaning of this? Captain Weiskat of the Company of Heroes requests the honor of your presence at the memorial service for, is this some crude joke? I'm sorry Land Enel, but I've heard no news of the commander, let alone his passing, and I certainly have no plans of holding a service for him. I am as baffled as you are by the letter. I should like to know who penned it. I see. I'm relieved to hear that you had no part in this absurdity. A great many mysteries yet remain, to be sure, but so long as we can find the commander, I shan't bestir myself over them. I trust one can rely on your aid still, old friend. With the commander back at the helm, the Company of Heroes shall be reunited once more. And good riddance to my tedious life as a wood whaler. I believe I have an inkling as to the sender's identity and intent. Knowing this, I cannot in good conscience help you in your search. I'm sorry, my friend. What? This is not what we agreed upon. The letter, the memorial service, what do they matter if we know them to be false? You said you'd help me, you can't simply go back on your word, gods damn you.
Okay, we need to soothe him apparently.
I know full well. Skewering Wyskayet won't get me any closer to finding the commander, but... Look, Land Enel, I understand your desire to find the commander. However, I must remind you of your promise to him. You will never live up to your word chasing after shadows of the past. My promise does not preclude me from searching for the commander. If you will not help me, I will simply find someone who will. It's as though he's reverted to his old savage self. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, the commander was as a father to him. Truth be told, Landinel's real father was a criminal, or so the story goes. Sad, really. He was just a child, and yet the townsfolk assumed the worst of him. Or the sins of his father, you could say. His poor mother reached the end of her tether, at least that's what they said when they found her hanging from the rafters. Land Enel was not completely alone, though. He became fast friends with Ewain, now master of the Lancers Guild in Gridania. They were nigh inseparable back then. But the townsfolk's disdain for Land Enel did not cease, and he feared their ire would soon turn toward Ewain. Rather than risk the well-being of his dear friend, Land Enel abandoned what little remained of his world. Land Enel was convinced the world hated him, and he returned the feeling in kind. He'd become a monster. That is, until he met the commander, and was taken in by the company. I dare not think what would have happened had they never crossed paths. It was not an easy feat to be sure, but the commander helped Land Enel set aside the anger that had taken control of his life. It was Landinel's love and respect for the commander that brought him peace. But that self-same love may cost him everything he has achieved. The man who wrote that letter suspected as much, and used this ruse of a memorial service to bring Land Enel to me. But I fear he's not like to understand why that letter was sent to him. I realize you were only entrusted with a simple delivery, but it would mean a lot to me if you could keep an eye on him. If he seems to be losing his way, please give him a gentle reminder of our company motto. Knowing him, he will next go to Wineport. Whenever he was in trouble, he would always seek out Chamonix for advice. Godspeed, friend. Make sure he doesn't hurt himself, or anyone else for that matter.
Okay, Wineport then. Usually this is a relatively short one of the quests. It's a total of 5 steps.
I simply do not understand, Chamonix. How could Wyskayet put aside our search like that? Does he no longer care for the commander? No longer care? I must disagree. Choosing not to search for the commander and not caring for him are two rather different things. Then what of this called memorial service? Wyskayet seemed willing enough to help me, but then he read the letter. Whoever sent the accursed thing wants us to give up the search. I suspect your meeting with Wyskayet is what the sender had intended. Like as not, your coming here was also anticipated. From everything you've told me, it is clear the man who penned that letter cares a great deal about you. And understands you quite well to know you would come to us. Who in the 7 hells would be worried about the likes of me? Wyskayet said he suspected who delivered the missive, but I haven't the faintest idea. It saddens me to hear you say that. We may have gone our separate ways, but in our hearts we are still all of us brothers. Now, tell me, who of our members cared most for you? Who was always there to offer you a guiding hand? Why, that could only be the commander. Precisely. And it was out of the desire to see you move forward that he sent the letter to you. Contrary to what it seems, the commander is alive and well, and even now he watches over you. That, I believe, was the message he wished to convey. Arg. I tire of these games. If he's still alive as you say, where in the seven hells is he?
Remember the duty of the strong is to protect the weak.
As if I would ever forget our company words. The commander taught them to me when I first met him. To this day, I remember that moment vividly. We were standing atop the point overlooking Costa del Sol. If the commander had meant to verify whether I sought out Wisecat after receiving his letter, that is where he would have been. The odds are slim, I'll admit, but it's the best chance I have of finding him. I must make haste. I wasn't quite finished, if truth be told, but I suppose it cannot be helped. The commander meant that much to him. From wielding a spear to living an honorable life, Land Enel learned all he knows from the commander. Naught gave Land Enel greater joy than to meet the commander's expectations, and he went on to distinguish himself among our ranks. After disbanding the company, I believe that the commander continued to watch over Land Enel. And upon sensing his growing discontent, he decided to take action and sent the letter. The road has been bumpy, but Land Enel has finally arrived at the truth. But the final leg of his journey remains, and I should be grateful if you were to accompany him.
Okay. Back down to Costa del Sol. And there's a spear.
Shauna, I might have known you would come as well. Behold, my friend, this spear belongs to the commander. Alas, the man himself is nowhere to be seen. Why? Why does he refuse to meet me? Because you are not ready. And by now you ought to know the reason why. It took me long enough, but I think I'm beginning to understand now. As he would always tell us, the duty of the strong is to protect the weak. He wanted us to venture out into the realm and live up to those words, each in his own way. Like you, Wisecat. You were a mercenary of unquestionable renown, the world was yours for the taking. Yet you chose to stand as the humble protector of Costa del Sol and all who call her home. Chamonix had a hand in revitalizing the Bacchus wine industry, and both Youat and Brayflox have become leaders among their people. We serve the realm better as individuals than as a single entity. That is why the commander disbanded our company. Though I never forgot our words, I did not understand them fully until now. Instead of doing my best as a wood whaler, I had my head in the clouds, dreaming of a return to the glory days of old. We did much good for the realm, and had the time of our lives in the process, but it was past time for us to pass the torch. And the torch, you must agree, has been taken up by a most worthy individual. The realm has no further need of the company of heroes. The commander believes thus, and I agree with his assessment. That is why I chose not to search for him. And neither shall I anymore. As you said, Wisecat, I am not ready, or worthy, to face the commander. Ah, what a fool I've been all these years. There is much to be done if I'm to make up for lost time. Commander, if you are watching, you need worry about me no longer. I will live up to our words and do you proud. This I swear. Your journeys take you far and wide, I believe. Should you happen to cross paths with the commander, please see to it that he knows my mind.
Okay, just gonna grab the gill. Then we have one quest left. Oh, this is also one hell of a quest line to get through. All for one head.
With your
Like, that is the only reason I'm doing this entire quest line, is because it gives you a head. Okay, back to Limsa and start the last one, which has... steps to the quest. Thankfully, it's all the last one in this line. Get the post-mobile cap. Nice. It could technically be used as something like a police hat as well, if you wanted to. Don't know if it's actually the most cool one, but it could, to an extent, be used as that.
Well, if it isn't my favorite whipping girl, ER, my most promising pupil. You couldn't have picked a better time to pay a visit, Kyopo. 2 of my post-muggles in training are set to embark on their first assignment. While they have completed a thorough training session administered by yours truly, the sensitive and sympathetic superior, that's me, is ever concerned for his subordinates' safety. I have here in my paws a veritable compendium of choice counsel for the aspiring post-muggle. Your task is to deliver it to Reo Senna, in whose custody my subordinates have been placed, at Camp Tranquil. Consider it the next stage in your own training, Kyopo.
Okay. Let's see, Reo Senna. And apparently, from what I can see here, I need to go to both Gridania, Limsa, and Browning a Wench. Certain points during the quest.
Whatever is keeping that deputy post-muggle? He promised he'd drop by to offer some parting words of advice to his newest recruits, but he's taken so long that they've already fluttered off. You have something for me?
Collection of little-known post-mobile trivia compiled in concise 10-page portfolio.
Be wary of low-hanging branches, and remember to keep a wide berth of any good bonmots. I say, could this choice counsel be any more blindingly obvious? That said, I cannot fault the deputy post-muggle for showing concern for his subordinates. After all, 'twas his own injury that pressed the 2 tyros into active service so far ahead of schedule. Sadly, I fear that it will be some time still before his wings are fit for duty. Rune believes he has insight as to how a suitable remedy might be formulated, but the process will require the services of a first-rate alchemist. Meanwhile, I have 2 wet-behind-the-ears muggles wandering aimlessly across the realm. I would like nothing more than to see them succeed at their charge, that they might inspire a new generation of aspiring post-muggles, yet I have my doubts that they will do so if left to their own devices. I would have accompanied them myself, but I fear my duties as Seatseer leave me little time to play chaperone. Might you be willing to see them safely to their destination in my stead? The first muggle flew off in the direction of Quarry Mill. Though he does not want for enthusiasm, he is easily frightened by unfamiliar sights and sounds. Should you find him in such a state, pray rally his strength and let him know that we stand behind him.
Okay. So the Quarry Mill. Is he perhaps outside? Oh, there he is. So, rally him.
Why, thank you. I dare say you've given me the strength to carry on a bit. Wait a moment, I know you. You're the loyal delivery ORA the deputy post-muggle is always talking about, Kyopo. You came all this way to watch over me? I thank you truly, deeply, from the bottom of my little muggle heart. You are truly a shining example to delivery muggles everywhere. Oh, to think that one day I might be a full-fledged carrier like you and the deputy post-muggle. Why, it would be a dream come true, Kyopo. But how can I hope to reach such heights by staying here fluttering in circles? No, I must deliver this letter safely to Buskaran, just as the deputy post-muggle instructed me. And let me just state for the record that no matter what Reo might have told you, I am not intimidated by this task, not in the slightest. Well, off I go, Kyopo.
Okay, Sharon the who is over there.
Yeah!
Yes, that is exactly what I needed to hear. You're exactly right. Why, I can do anything I put my palm to, Kyupo. Perhaps you're wondering why one as fearful and faltering as myself doesn't just leave the stressful life of a carrier behind? But you see, what I truly wish to leave behind is my own miserable lack of courage. I remember the day like it was yesterday. My dear brother lay wounded, struck in the wing by a particularly savage stropper, and yet I could do nothing but quake and quiver beside him. It was the deputy post-Mughal, who, much to our fortune, was in the vicinity on a delivery assignment, who carried my brother to Camp Tranquil, where Rune tended to his injuries. Today, it is our turn. We shall do our duty, and help the post-Mughal in his time of need, just as he did for us. And after all you have done for me, it would mean ever so much if you would drop by to witness the moment. I will await you at Buskaran Struthers, Kyupo.
Okay. I need to speak with the Mughal.
I've made it. Aren't you proud of me, Kyupo? Now behold, as I deliver this letter straight from my paws to Buskarans while remaining stealthily out of sight, just as the deputy post-Mughal showed me. Bloody hells, if it isn't a Mughal, in the flesh. Talk about something you don't see every day. Oh no, Kyupo. In my eagerness, I've gone and blown my cover. The deputy post-Mughal will never let me hear the end of it. So you Mughals like to stay out of sight when you make your deliveries, eh? No wonder letters have a habit of appearing out of thin air. Sounds like a right thankless job, but you have my gratitude today. Did you hear that? Mr. Buskaran gave me his gratitude. Why, this just might be the happiest day of my life, Kyup. Since you've proven yourself the capable sort, mayhap you could do me a favor. I've a letter here marked for Bateran in Limsalamansa that somehow has found its way here to the Druthers. Oh, dear me. This is doubtless the work of my confident yet careless brother. The two of us, you see, have taken over deliveries here in the shroud while the deputy post-Mughal rests his wounded wings. Oh, pray forgive us our failings, Kyupo. New to the job, eh? You needn't go flogging yourselves, now. Bateran and I, well, our names and professions do bear more than a passing resemblance, after all. Besides, I dare say that having the chance to meet my first Mughal is worth an errant letter or two. That said, it troubles me to hear that this associate of yours, the deputy post-Mughal, was it? Has come to harm. Might there be anything I could do to lend a hand?
An alchemist.
I see. You just leave that to me, friend. If memory serves, one of my regulars is something of an expert in such matters. As for Bateran's letter, have no fear. My brother and I will atone for our errors, and see it delivered to the right hands. That said, for all of my brother's bravado, I suspect that deep down he, too, feels a measure of anxiety about his first foray outside the shroud. Might you be so kind as to escort him as you did me? It would mean the realm to me, Kyupo. We agreed to meet at the Gridania airship landing. I will pass this letter along to him, and wait for you to join us.
Okay, back to Gridania. Thinking that after this quest is done, I'm probably gonna go ahead and take a small break so I can stretch my legs a bit. Don't know if I need to go specifically to the airship landing or if it's just, so I might as well just Or this way. Wait, yeah, I didn't actually need to go all the way to it. Just outside.
So you're the Deputy Post Muggle's prized pupil, Ed. Didn't he teach you anything about punctuality, Kyupo? I don't know what my little brother told you, but I've trained my whole life for this. This might be my first time out of the shroud, but if anyone's up to the task, it's me, Kyupo. Please, brother. If you got yourself hurt again, I simply couldn't live with myself. Pray let this adventurer accompany you, just for safety's sake, Kyupo. Ever the worrywart. Look, just because you can't fly more than 2 fulms without getting the quivers, it doesn't mean that your brother is in need of a chaperone. That's what you said last time, when you almost got yourself swallowed by that slavering stropper. Why, if the Deputy Post Muggle hadn't wandered by at that precise moment. That was then, this is now, Kyupo. I put on 2 ponzas of pure muscle and poured over every map of Eorzea to prepare myself for this task. The last thing I need is some glorified sellsword holding my paw. Now, enough chit-chat, I have an airship to board. If you want to see how a real delivery Muggle does his duty, feel free to tag along. Or don't, it's your loss, not mine, Kyupo.
Okay, I need to go to the airship landing in Limsa. I'm just gonna bypass it because I think it's probably gonna be as fast. But it's also just gonna put me right where I need to be. The next step, I think. Yep.
So this is Lim Salaman Sa. Everything here is so big and boisterous. And the smell of the sea is sending needles up my nose. Nervous. Me. Patently preposterous, Kyupo. I was born for this assignment. Did you not notice the aplomb with which I handled my maiden airship voyage? Herc, Apo. But no, a buccaneer's den like this is no place for the ordinary Muggle. With the Deputy Post Muggle out of commission, the people of Limsa are lucky indeed that I'm here to shoulder the slack. Speaking of which, I believe I have a letter to deliver. If you care to learn a thing or two, come join me at the Drowning Wench, but you'll want to move fast. I'm a busy Muggle, Kyupo.
Okay, that's the Drowning Wench.
What took you so long? Take a wrong turn at the Octant? Good thing I'm the one in charge of this assignment. Why haven't I delivered the letter yet? Well, it's not because I'm scared of that burly bearded gentleman over there, that's for certain. I just wanted to give you a chance to witness mastery in motion. Now watch me deliver this letter, all discreet like, Kyupo.
He ends up dropping his invisibility / disguise thing, right?
Bugger me with a broadsword. Which one of yes Niblin Sop set your wind-up Muggle loose in my establishment?
Yeah.
Wind up? Are you blind or just balmy? I'm a living, breathing Muggle, not some glorified child's toy. Oops, there goes my cover. Are me eyes and ears to be believed? A God's honest Muggle, air in the wench? A letter? I thank ye, me furry little friend. But strap me to the mast if this ain't a rare pleasure, indeed. I've heard many a rumor about your kind, but I always reckoned ye weren't too keen on letting yourselves be seen. Ahem. But of course. I simply thought that on this momentous occasion, my first foray to your fine nation, I would take the opportunity to personally introduce myself. I'm sure that's what the Deputy Post Muggle, bless his wounded wings, would have wanted. What's that ye say? One o' your mates is Erden, is he? Men in my line o' work tend to know a little something about everything. If there's anything ye might need o' me, say the word.
Medicine. Feel the need of an alchemist.
I reckon 1 me regulars just might know a thing or two about that sort o' business. I'll send word if I dig anything up. And with that, I'd best get back to pouring grog afore 1 me customers conks yet in the EAD with an empty flagon. See? I told you there was nothing to be afraid of. Exploring new environs, forging friendships with the locals, yes, the carrier's life is the life for me, Kyopo. But what I've accomplished today will have even more far-reaching repercussions. Yes, once my fellow Muggles back in the shroud hear of my stunning success, they'll be beating down our doors to join the post-Muggle ranks. And since you've been such a loyal observer, I'll give you the honor of reporting my deeds to Rayoo. If only the deputy post-Muggle were here, doubtless he would be moved to tears by my magnanimity. Speaking of which, I really should pay him a visit.
Rayoo Senna at the Saints of the 12. Meanwhile there. Seems a bit strange why it's all the way up at the Saints of the 12. I think the only reason people go up there is actually just for weddings. So Muggles are here. Arun Senna is over there with the deputy post-Muggle. Do you have anything to say?
The medicine I have administered will serve to ease the post-Muggle's pain. To cure his wounds completely, however, the services of an alchemist, and an exceptional one, at that, are essential. If it isn't my favorite flunky, that is, my most capable colleague. I hear that thanks to you, my 2 trainees' first assignments were a resounding success. I cannot begin to express my gratitude, Kyopo.
And what did these two have to say?
Oh, thank you, friend. I shudder to think of what trouble my brother might have gotten tangled up in if it hadn't been for you, Kyopo. Oh, there you are. I assumed you got gobbled up by a gooba or something, so I went ahead and shared my success with Rayoo myself. Don't get down, though, I'm sure she'd love to hear about my exceptional exploits from you, too, Kyopo.
Welcome back. I hear that these two's first assignment was quite the success, and that you played a pivotal role in seeing that it was so. For this, I thank you.
I must offer my gratitude as well. Knowing that the 2 younglings were in capable hands allowed me to focus my mind on the deputy post-Muggle's treatment, with which I have made considerable progress. At first, the mere thought of an adventurer accompanying me on my assignment annoyed me to no end. But now, I say the more, the merrier, Kyopo.
And with word of your success spreading throughout the 12's wood, aspiring delivery Muggles are signing up in droves. Why, the ranks have burgeoned such that we could assign 2 Muggles to each task if we so chose, and judging by recent events, that might very well be wise.
Heartening tidings, indeed. I dare say that the deputy post-Muggle may rest and recuperate for as long as he desires. Why, I might even suggest an early retirement. Retirement? Gods forbid. I'm still a post-Muggle in my prime, Kyopo. The mere thought of hanging up my letter sack for good, why, wherever would I derive pleasure and meaning from my meager existence? I most assuredly agree, Kyopo. The sheer joy of seeing satisfied faces after a job well done instilled me with newfound energy and enthusiasm. After all my superior has done for me, I could not bear to see him deprived of this most splendid sensation. Intriguing. Thus far, I have concentrated my efforts on physical remedies, but perhaps lightening the post-Muggle's spirits might serve to speed the recovery process. At the very least, it is an avenue worth exploring.
You just may be onto something there, dear brother.
So I can resume my duties once I've healed? No more talk of putting me out to pasture, Kyopo. If that is your true desire, how can we deny it of you? I only ask that you take care not to overexert yourself.
By the 12, to think I'd ever see a Mughal who truly lives for his work. And with all the younglings eager to follow in his footsteps, we should be able to manage without imposing on adventurers for a while.
Just leave it to us. My brother and I understand the significance and satisfaction of our job now more than ever. We won't let you down, Kyupo. Now that's the spirit, Kyupo. And it's all thanks to you, my artful assist, but no, you have proved to be far more than just a helping hand. You have earned the respect of the young ones, and mine as well. Shauna Majula. By the powers vested in me as Deputy Post Mughal, I hereby name you a full-fledged letter carrier. The honor is typically reserved for Mughals, but I am happy to make an exception in your case, Kyupo. While I would love to give you your next assignment, the young ones are in more immediate need of training. But don't let your skills wane, for there is no telling when we will call on you again, Kyupo.
Hey, look at that. And 5,000 guild. It's gonna say level 25 or what?
With your successful delivery, your reputation as a letter carrier has grown. In recognition of your efforts, the Deputy Post Mughal has promoted you to the rank of full-fledged letter carrier. Though it may be some time before your next assignment, be ever ready to return to duty should the Mughals require your aid.
And we get the achievement postal. Which I think gives it a title. Yep, postmaster. Nice. Well, that means we are done with that finally. That is also one hell of a long quest line, to be honest. I think I see some people from my FC over there. It's dark. One of them. Yep. Huh. Let's see. I guess after the break that I'm thinking of taking, we are going to be continuing with the current event, which starts in Britannia. Let's see. I guess I could simply just fly over here instead of waiting to teleport. Basically just thinking of putting myself in the location for the quest. And then I'll put up the break
I was
screen, I
just-
guess. Just while I'm cutscene, I might as well boot up the program that has the timer. So the location is over by the amphitheater, I believe. Which I'm assuming is gonna be all decorated. Yep. Here it is. Adventure Skilled Investigator. So this guy that basically starts the quest. So let's see here. Let's see, it's currently 7:19. Let's say 20-minute break. Let's just go with. Let's see, it's 1940. Just like make it as close as possible. That's gonna be where I return. So yeah. Guess I'll just see you guys in like 20 minutes. So if you need to like I don't know, use the bathroom, grab a snack, something like that, now's the time to do it. I guess I'll just see you guys here in 20 minutes-ish. Yeah. See you in a bit. Okay, I am back. So, time to get started on All Saints Week, which I actually looked up a little bit of information regarding the event. Turns out this is the Halloween event, but they had to basically move it to another point in time because of Endwalker and the delayed release of it and everything. Essentially, what was supposed to have happened is the game was supposed to have been, or Endwalker was supposed to release, like, I think at some point in November, and All Saints Week was supposed to have, like, started more or less right after Endwalker was released, at least according to the Reddit post that I read. But because of Endwalker's delayed release, they couldn't do that, because I guess some of the stuff that they had prepared for the event needed stuff, like maybe from Endwalker, I guess. Maybe. And because of that, they couldn't release it. They could technically have released it after Endwalker came out, but that would then have clashed with the Christmas event, which was immediately followed by the New Year's event. So that's apparently the reason why they placed it now, because that was like the only gap they had. They could do that. Anyway, All Clowns Week.
Hello there, friend. You have the look of a seasoned adventurer about you, and I would know, what with my superior powers of deduction. If you could spare the time, I could use your assistance in a matter I'm investigating at the moment. Oh, thank you. Pray tell me, are you familiar with the Continental Circus?
No.
The people of Eorzea know them as a traveling troupe of entertainers who visit whenever All Saints' Wake is upon us. However, in actuality they are a band of void-sent fiends in disguise. That is not to say they get up to anything that goes beyond the realm of mere mischief. No, they are generally harmless, which is why I have been content to observe them from afar. Bizarrely, I am yet to see any sign of them this time round, despite the festivities being so close at hand. That said, I do not mean to say that things have been uneventful of late. A rather peculiar gentleman known as the Scarlet Snout has appeared to fill the vacuum of absurdity left by the circus. Most suspicious, as I'm sure you will agree. Which is why I set about investigating the matter. However, things have not quite gone to plan, and I was hoping you might be able to help me look into this strange character. Do you think you could spare some time to ask the residents of Gridania about the Scarlet Snout? Ah, you have my thanks. I shall continue to do my part in the meantime. Pray alert me should you learn aught of interest.
Okay. Ask locals in New Gridania about the Scarlet Snout. Okay, person is right over there. I think it's the person in white. Yep. Woolhardy chap.
A man with a red nose. Best. Listen. This is just between the two of us. I've met the man of whom you speak. In fact, he even invited me to a banquet of sorts. Yes, I was relaxing by the river the other night, when I suddenly heard a voice that I couldn't quite place. I turned around to see a man dressed in motley standing behind me. We got to talking, befitting his appearance. He's quite the jovial fellow, and after a pleasant little chat, he invited me to dinner at his home in the coming days. I called it a banquet, but he assured me that it would be a modest affair with only him and a few of his newfound friends. He also swore me to secrecy. No doubt he doesn't want strangers to come and crash the event. So don't tell anyone else I told you about this, alright?
I'm probably gonna end up telling someone anyway. Okay, then I need to get up to the answers.
A fellow with a red nose? Why, no. I've heard nothing of such a man. And I most certainly haven't been invited to a holiday feast organized by such an individual. Perish the thought.
About this beast. Looks like you've seen a ghost.
All right. I'll tell you all I know. I was heading home from an errand when this fellow with the most prominent proboscis approaches me and asks if I'd visit him at his house. Said he needed someone to share his toys and sweets with. At the same time, he made me assure him that I would tell no one of this offer, or that he even spoke to me at all. If he found out about this, I don't know what would happen. Promise me you won't tell anyone else.
Okay, then I need to head down to New Gridania. Just the main plaza, I guess. Umamonga, I think it says.
Ah. So you're looking for this called Scarlet Snout as well, are you? Well, tough luck, I'm going to beat you to him. See, I've heard that he's a well-heeled bloke who loves nothing more than to share his fortune with his friends. Ever since then, I've been searching high and low for him. Even if I did know anything, damned if I'm going to share it with anyone.
Okay.
Can't say I've seen anyone matching that description myself, but now that you mention it, I remember a friend of mine saying she saw an odd character wandering about here the other day. It stuck with me because she said he was dressed up in odd garb, almost like that of a jester. I can't guarantee that was the man you're looking for, but it sounds too similar to be a coincidence, yes?
Okay, back to the investigator.
Ah, you're back. Did you glean anything of interest, perchance? Inviting total strangers to his abode and swearing them to secrecy? Most suspicious, indeed. Yes, I highly doubt he is inviting these people out of the kindness of his heart. Something is afoot here. Speaking of which, I was able to uncover some new information myself. It would seem most sightings of the Scarlet Snout occurred by the river. I suspect it would be relatively easy to spot him if we staked out the area. And yet, I am hesitant to go myself. I have been asking around for so long now that it is likely that our suspect knows me, and is taking pains to avoid me. While I am loath to impose upon your kindness, might I ask you to take care of this alone? I promise that I will be watching from a safe distance, and will not hesitate to lend a helping hand should you need it. Oh, thank you ever so much. Now, we've no time to lose. Let us hurry along to the riverbank. Yes, right by the Leatherworkers Guild should give us a good vantage point.
Okay. Ah, there it is.
Say there, Missy. No, not there. Here. Over here. Greetings, my friend. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Scarlet Snout.
Oh, dear me. Why the cold reception? Surely my appearance doesn't frighten you.
I've heard some dodgy rumors about you, actually. It's a bit creepy.
Truly. But how could that be? Why, I dress like this so I can bring laughter and levity to one and all. But where are my manners? I should introduce myself. I am Papa Gruff, a humble clown. Would you care to share your name with me? Shauna. Such a pleasant name, brings a smile right to my face. Oh, it feels like we're thick as thieves already. But how to commemorate our newfound friendship? Oh, but of course. Why don't you join me at my humble abode for a feast? I swear, you haven't lived until you've been to one of my banquets. I ask only one favor, you are to tell no one about this. It wouldn't do if some random stranger barged in on a gathering of friends, yes. And should I find out you have gone against my wishes, well. Ah, but I jest. That's what I do, you see? I wouldn't dream of harming even a flea. You have nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. Anyroad, come meet me under the Bent Branch Meadows Bridge whenever you're ready, and I'd be more than happy to show you the way to my home. Well, ta-ta for now.
Okay.
So that was our man, was it? I must say, his appearance was every bit as distinctive as the rumors said. Pray tell, did he invite you to his feast as he did the others? I had a feeling this was how things might play out. While his actions are most suspicious, it is impossible to tell exactly what his goal is, and whether or not he has any malicious intent. I suppose our best option is to play along for the time being. Might I ask you to head to Bent Branch Meadows and observe things from a safe distance? If it seems the snout is up to no good, we'll put a stop to it straight away. I myself shall first return to the Adventurers Guild in order to deliver my report. Let us rendezvous at our destination when we both are ready.
Okay. So, Bent Branch Meadows.
This location should afford you a good vantage point of the precise location the Scarlet Snout gave you. Observe from a distance in the hope that he reveals himself. Ah, welcome, welcome, one and all. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you here today. Perhaps that's a bit too formal for the occasion. Let's try this again. Ahem. My friends, welcome to the House of Gruff. By all means, make yourselves at home. What the heck are you carrying on about over here? I could hear you from malms away. My beloved wife? What brings you here?
What brings me here? Why, our dear son and I were worrying you might burst a lung screaming like this.
Papa Gruff.
Oh, Papa. Mumsy has told me all about the party. I can't wait to meet all of your new friends.
And little Gruff.
Yes, darling. I'm sure it's going to be an absolutely splendid time.
Why do I have the feeling that they are bad people?
No doubt your father here has invited sheer multitudes of illustrious guests. Isn't that so, Papa?
But of course, my sweet. Don't you worry, I can assure you the event will be quite the spectacle. Het. Just think of all those innocent fools sauntering casually to our abode, blissfully unaware that they are, in fact, marching towards their doom.
There we go.
Oh, how I love seeing the terror on their faces when they realize their fates. It is truly to die for, quite literally for them.
Yes, and with the fear we've extracted from the depths of their very souls, we can summon forth our fiendish friends and hold the banquet of our dreams. The night of devilry shall finally be upon us. The night of devilry? Is that something fun?
It will be the most fun you've had, little one. Admittedly, I have yet to experience it myself, but I've heard enough of the legends to know it will not disappoint.
Enerode, our honored Vict, ER, guests are scheduled to arrive any moment now. Head back to the venue, my dear family. I shall return anon.
Okay. And then speak with the investigator. Harlequin guide. And how about Brown?
Oh, it's you. My apologies, but I've not quite yet finished preparing for the festivities. Pray come back a bit later. I fear we're still making preparations for the feast. Pray wait a while longer.
Okay, we just want to know what they had to say.
Back from Bent Branch, are you? Pray tell me, what exactly did you witness there? Good gods. This sounds like a plot most foul indeed. Fortunately, help is at hand. Upon hearing my report, the guild saw fit to dispatch an expert in matters of the occult to aid us in getting to the bottom of this. I'm most certain he will be able to help us come up with an effective way to thwart the snout's villainy. Let me know when you are ready, and I shall introduce you to him.
A feast to remember. We get modern cosmetics, climbing around. I believe it's just the face paint that he has, and a pumpkin cookie. A devilish imp is thought to have made this slightly burnt biscuit shaped like a pumpkin head. One can only wonder what ingredients it contains. And apparently this is I think a what is that called again? A currency for this event. At least if I'm not mistaken.
Ready to proceed with our investigation, are you? Excellent. Allow me to introduce you to our esteemed collaborator. This is Mark, a specialist in matters of the occult dispatched by the guild to assist in apprehending the nefarious Papa Gruff. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Before we go any further, I wish to ensure that I have a grasp on the situation as it stands. If it's quite alright with you, pray share all you have learned about our quarry thus far. I see, quite fascinating, indeed. Yes, it was all as I read in that tome. Ah, my apologies. I tend to get lost in my own thoughts sometimes. Allow me to begin by giving you a brief introduction to the called Night of Devilry, or, at least, as I understand it. It is said that during All Saints' Wake, the saints are invited to banquets in the heavens each and every night. At such time, the world below is left unprotected, and fiends summoned by the ogre Pumpkinhead are free to wreak havoc on the defenseless denizens. One fiend in particular is said to be especially boisterous. I speak of the one known as the Doomsday Clown. Though, perhaps, you know him better as the Scarlet Snout or Papa Gruff. In any event, they are all the same most nefarious personage. If the texts are to be believed, those who set foot in his domain are fated never to return. I say, just listening to this tale is enough to make my hair stand on end. That said, it seems we've quite a task on our hands even attempting to save his would-be victims. Have we no way of protecting ourselves once inside his lair? I thought you would never ask. Pray feast your eyes on these fine creations of mine. I present to you 2 artifacts I have recreated by referencing a number of ancient tomes, together with some of my own personal touches, of course. Behold the fiendish lantern and a phial of warding holy water. But what do they do? You must wonder. Well, allow me to explain. First of all, the fiendish lantern emits a certain wavelength of light that Voidsent absolutely detest. As for the warding holy water, it not only protects the holder's soul from being stolen, but also enables one to rescue the lost souls of others and return them to their mortal frames. I have not yet had the opportunity to test them and thus cannot vouch for their effectiveness, but I am very much hoping that they will serve you well, for both our sakes. Wait, you mean there's no guarantee that? But it matters not. We face a potential crisis here, and beggars cannot be choosers in times of need. My friend, are you willing to put your faith in Mark's creations and do what needs be done? Excellent. In the meantime, I shall do my best to ensure that the Scarlet Snout is not able to lure anyone else into his trap. Speaking of the Snout, I have also heard another rumor. Apparently, he has been handing out odd pumpkin cookies to those who attend his feast. Should you come into possession of such a confection, might you show it to me when you return? Splendid. Before you go, allow me to furnish you with a link pearl. Rest assured that I shall do my damnedest to support you from afar after you enter the Dread Clown's personal domain. Also, should you wish to know aught more about the items with which I have furnished you, just say the word. I shall return to Miketo's amphitheater and see that no other frightening hijinks ensue. When you have found out what you would about the Snout, pray visit me there.
Okay. Go and speak with Papa Gruff. Then.
If it isn't my friend, Shauna. Terribly sorry for the delay. Your timing couldn't be better. I'm pleased to report that I've finished preparing for the festivities. Let my loyal Harlequin guide know once you're ready, and he'll be more than happy to show you the way to the venue.
Okay,
you now have access to the Phantom's Feast seasonal instance. To join the feast, speak with the Harlequin guide under the Bent Branch Meadows Bridge or in the Acorn Orchard. The Phantom's Feast is a light party instance, 4 players. There are no class, job, or level requirements for participation. Parties that register for the instance with less than 4 members will be filled out automatically via the matching system.
Okay. So, I'm assuming that I can't just do it through this.
I'm frightfully sorry for having kept you waiting. Do you wish to head to the banquet now? Master Gruff is eagerly anticipating your arrival.
Okay. Yeah, we apparently have a custom instance, and as far as I understand, it's supposed to be essentially Temtara Deepcroft. I think. Just reskinned. I think. Temtara at least. Apparently we just have the lantern and the holy water to work with. Without any abilities. And I can't move my abilities around. Great. Kind of wanted them to be somewhere else. utilize the shortcut. Have a boss here, I guess. Assuming we are just supposed to like run around for these things. And we're supposed to get a certain amount of points, I guess. Actually, okay, some of them don't seem to register always if I step on them. All of them. Maybe you just need to like fill up this gauge. Guessing we're supposed to save as many souls as possible, along with the outside, I guess. Well, actually, I also just noticed that we have arrows that point us in the directions that we're supposed to be going. Grabs mood. Okay, we apparently need to eat as much food as we can here in order to I don't know, just fill up that gauge again. Seems to be different qualities of food. Standard seeming to be faster to eat, but probably giving less points, while its exquisite gives probably more points, but are slower. Done. Okay, arrive at the ballroom. There's someone taking care of that stuff up there, it seems. Oh, it even has a custom map? That's cool. I didn't even realize that. Here, this hollow, that's where we were before. And one of the others is like way ahead. But they're probably gonna do this area down here, I'm assuming. We'll just follow along. There's a bunch of people that, or ghosts, I guess, that are seemingly used in a way. And nice, they actually waited for me. What paragraphs ritual? I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing here. So it's just gonna be bunch of ghosts that appear, and we need to save the ghosts. Oh boy. There's a lot of AoE we need to dodge. Okay, we need to save 34 souls apparently during this. Let's win. Okay, he just straight up exploded. Ah. Okay, and then it's just back to Britannia, I guess. Got 6 of those. Please. I think I heard from... it was Hornball that you apparently need to do that dungeon twice, at least, in order to get all the things that you can buy with this.
Ah, there you are. Glad to see you returned from the spectral realm in one piece. I say, did Mark's inventions provide adequate aid?
Don't think I'm gonna do it anymore right now. I might just do it like off stream. Then decide to do it.
Relieved I am to hear that. Small wonder the man came so highly recommended. And of course, I must thank you for risking life and limb to put them to use. Thanks to you, we can rest assured that the souls of the Gridanian people are safe from the fiend's trickery. I am full glad to finally lay my eyes upon this rumored cookie as well. Oh, and just to be safe, I took the liberty of advising the other invitees not to attend the feast, for their own good. I am concerned, however, that some of them did not seem so keen on heeding my instructions. Should you find any that have gone on ahead, pray save as many of them as you can. Now that we know that Mark's creations can be relied upon, there is no reason to think we should not be able to rescue everyone from the snout's clutches. Papa, where have all my new friends gone?
Don't worry, sweetheart. Father will sort this all out. What the heck were those abominable trinkets, anyway? And why did you not warn me that one of those despicable adventurers might crash our party?
Oh, my beloved. Pray calm your heart. That adventurer lady was one thing, but rest assured that none of our ordinary guests will be equipped with such artifacts. We shall have our fun soon enough, believe you me. What's more, I found someone who has volunteered to help us in our quest. They say the best approach is to just wander around the town shouting out invitations to anyone within earshot. Why, just imagine how many guests they'll manage to lure here with such a bold approach. Now, listen to me. Be sure to invite as many people as possible, alright? The more terror, the better, I say. Your wish is my command, Master Gruff.
Heh. This will be a fine All Saints wake, indeed. That said, I do wonder who this mysterious new acquaintance might be.
Rest assured that I will be keeping close watch on the Scarlet Snout to make sure that his baleful plans never come to fruition. I will see to it that none of his expected visitors attend his banquet. Then, when he comes out to ascertain what has gone amiss, we will strike with an expert team assembled by the Adventurers Guild, putting an end to the villainy once and for all. In the meantime, I ask that you pray go and rescue anyone the Snout has already managed to lure into his domain. That would doubtless encourage him to abandon his scheme even sooner.
Okay. Wonder if that
You can now
pumpkin-headed
attempt the Phantom's
person was.
Feast seasonal instance again by speaking with the Harlequin Guide in either Miketo's Amphitheater or the Acorn Orchard. Successfully completing the instance will earn you a pumpkin cookie. You can exchange cookies for items and equipment by speaking with the Shady Smock in Miketo's Amphitheater. You can also speak with the Genial Geyser, and join the marvelous masquerade in the Haunted Manor.
The what in the what? Okay, so let's see here. Neil Geyser.
Hello there, Pumpkin. Enjoying the frightfully delightful festivities, I take it? If there's anything you'd like to know, just ask away.
I don't need to know any of that. Vendor. So let's see, we have prisms. I don't know if I want those. I have to buy them and use one of them to see if it's actually something that I would want. There's a pumpkin vase and set. I might want both of those, just like have them as well. And then we have the clown set, which costs a total of, how much is that? 12 of those cookies. Let's just put on that entire set. And remove the nose. Does look half bad, and you can apparently also dye it. I will say most of the outfit I actually like, except for that collar on the jacket. I don't really like that one. Kinda wish you could maybe get rid of that. But other than that, most of it is actually not half bad looking. Let's see. Just gonna buy one of these. Then of each of these. And then in my off time I can basically just do this in order to get the rest of the outfit, because I kinda want it. Let's see, how do these look? Okay, that's actually pretty fucking dope. I'm getting a ton of these. That is fucking dope looking. Okay.
You there?
What is
Would you
this?
fancy taking part in our most marvelous masquerade? I can assure you that it will be a devilishly good time.
Okay, let's do that. What's this?
Up to something? Me? Never. I am but a fun-loving imp, here to help my fellow revelers enjoy the wake. And I can fashion you a very convincing guise for the masquerade. Hehehe. All I need is for you to recall a journey unforgettable. Traverse your memories, and tell me what you see.
Journey to forge this realm news in a conflict 1,000 years.
Good, good.
This one?
Now think of someone remarkable you encountered in that time, someone powerful. Yes, that's it.
Natural woman, or gentleman,
Hehehe.
let's try
That
this
will do
one.
nicely. Don't worry, this won't hurt much at all. Just close your eyes. The transfiguration can be removed by leaving the area, or by cancelling the transfiguration status effect.
Hildebrand. I'm actually curious, can I don't have that one out. Yes. This is fucking great. I have no idea what this is actually about, this thing. Let's see what's going on here. What is this? I understand that it's supposed to be like a haunted manor of some sort, but let's see what it's supposed to be doing in here. Oop, this even has a unique looking area or map. What is this supposed to be exactly? Because I don't really see anything around here. Try and quickly search for that. Ever 14. Haunted Manor Masquerade. Okay, so apparently this is just a place to mess around. Nothing else, apparently. So it actually has no real purpose other than just being a place you can mess around in. No. How do I leave this place? Do I just do that over? Ah. Interesting place, to be honest. But yeah, I think I'm gonna mess with this maybe like off stream a bit, because don't really feel like doing it right now. But that's basically all the things that I had specifically planned for today. So let's do some of the things that I didn't necessarily plan, but thought that hey, maybe we can try and do that. Let's see, I have some dungeons, for example, that I haven't fully completed, or quest for some dungeons that I haven't completed yet. Specifically, I have the quest to go and beat Temptara Deepcroft hard, and the one for completing Hullbreaker Isle. I think you also have something for completing Odin's Founts. Maybe try that one. See if I can do it. And then I have like Titan and Minstrel's Ballad, Ultima Spain. I don't know if I can do those two. Maybe. but I'm not entirely sure. So what I'm thinking of doing is first quickly switch over to Blue Mage because I know I'll have a higher chance of actually completing them solo if I play as Blue Mage. And the reason I came over here is just because, or over to the Grand Company, is because I'm probably gonna get some loot from those, and I might as well just be here where I can like dump them or dump it, because I'm not gonna be able to like really use it for anything. Let's see, how many of these have actually I haven't completed lots of the yet actually. Let's see, let's try Hullbreaker Isle first. So I have no clue as to what to expect here. I believe there's supposed to be maybe a Kraken, I think. But that's all I think I know about this place. I just feel like I've heard something about a Kraken in this area, and that's about it. I'll say this place looks very unique compared to a lot of other dungeons that are like in jungle / lush areas. Bodyguard, Basic Instinct. This is apparently also supposed to be like a deserted island, or one that you can't even get to without problems potentially. Okay. Don't step on that thing. I also ended up getting new spell Shock Strike from Ramu. Might as well just pull everything with me and make sure that I avoid those traps because they actually hurt a decent amount. Okay. There we go. Okay, that makes the gorilla run away. Or Sasquatch, apparently. So slay the Sasquatch, you defeat the monkeys apparently in order to progress. I'm wondering, yep, you can be hit by that. Sasquatch is dead. Bring out the Divine Light. You find the 3 stone tablets. Treasure coffer up there. Several of them. Can get another one of those. That's a mimic, and so is that. Did seem a bit too good to be true. There would be that many of them. Ah, there we go. There we go. To defeat the mimics, or I guess just random enemies, in order to find stone tablets to open up the path forward. And I guess several treasure chests. That one had things, and the one outside, but let me see, mimic. Thing over this way. Oh. Yeah. Kill the mimics and get the 2 stone tablets. Wait for them all to bundle up. And might as well just remove that poison from me. Slay Shorn, I think it's pronounced. That's immune. Nice. Ask for Divine Wisdom. Can't use that one yet. Anything? Navigate the geysers and go somewhere else. Ah. To kill the things that spawn. And those geysers, I guess. And it's what was it? It said, I think it said dismember the tentacles or something. So, yep, Kraken. There was indeed a Kraken here. The arms and tentacles. Supposed to go around. I guess you're supposed to jump around the least amount possible. Two tentacles. There we go. Oh, that actually didn't die immediately. Ooh. Oh, that was actually all I needed to do. I guess maybe that's the Kraken that appears in Tastasha Hot? Maybe. Could be. Okay. Oh, that one's done. And then I can just take all this stuff and just turn it into seals. I have no need for any of it. Okay, and let us do Temterra Deep Crop then as well. I believe the lore about this was that the party with like the girl whose boyfriend, I believe it was, died and she kept his head. Apparently she is now inviting everyone to a wedding between her and the guy that died. It's happening here in Temterra Deepcroft. And we basically need to go and check it out. Like, what the fuck is happening? It's like, she's supposed to be dead. Or he's supposed to be dead. And another person, who's also been invited apparently, is apparently also dead. I think. I don't quite remember how that one was for those. The other person, essentially.
I finally mustered the courage to speak with your hero, my love. Shauna is as kind and wise as she is brave and strong. She listened attentively as I told her all about you, about us. Though she is a woman of few words, or perhaps because she is, everything she said seemed to inspire me. Why, her gaze alone instilled me with the confidence I never knew I had. Truly, I feel better prepared to face the future for having met her. How right you were, my love.
That path has been cut off. Clear the turning chamber. Demon Pawn and something Usher. Let's kill those. Before this one can take any damage, I'm assuming. Stealth presence has finished, may proceed.
Scarcely a week has passed since we returned to the village, and already I cannot help thinking it was a mistake. There was a time when this place seemed just large enough. But having seen the wider world, it all feels so insufferably confined that I often find myself struggling for breath. I know that it is the same for you, my love. The only time I feel truly alive is when I am adventuring with you. We are as caged birds in this backwater. So long as we remain here, we will never spread our wings and soar. So let us take to the road, and create a lifetime of wonderful memories together.
Kinda sounds like she might have gone a little bit insane due to his death.
I could not have hoped for a more romantic first visit to Mordhona. The crystals that pierce the landscape glowed in all their majesty, as if to celebrate our future together. And as we laced by Silver Tear Lake, watching the waves lapping at the shore, the sun took its leave behind the horizon, that we might enjoy a moment of intimacy. I want us to be together forever. You first said these words to me years ago, and you said them to me again tonight. I am so happy to be with you.
Yeah, she seems to have kind of lost her mind, because pretty sure they were not ready at all when we first met them to actually go to Mordhona. So this is probably after that he died, and that is one of the members of her old crew. Sure, I think that might be the woman, like we talked to a Lalafell, I believe. And I believe he mentioned this lady who I think is supposed to be dead. Nope. Resistant to death mechanics, and I just noticed why I'm doing less damage. Didn't have basic instincts on. There we go. Now I should deal a lot more damage. And she ended up saying, I told them she was weird, but they wouldn't listen. The tomb of King Galavath the Dominator.
You have been looking deathly pale of late. The scorching heat of Van Allen does not agree with you. You were never fond of hot climes, and it was a mistake to come here. Let us make for Kovaths, where the bracing air will put roses on your cheeks.
That's because his head is slowly just decomposing, I'm assuming. Kind of wondering like why it was that I dealt so little damage that I completely forgotten about basic instincts. Like I dealt 40% less damage by default, and this one like usually gives me like 100% extra damage after all. Another piece of info.
I know, it is not easy being without a body. I promise to find one for you, but you must have patience. You are my husband-to-be, and there is nothing I would not do for you, so please, have faith in me. Give me time, my love, and I shall make you whole again, as you make me.
Yep, it is still just his body she's carrying around. chest. And more lore.
I am sorry to keep you waiting, my love, but we cannot afford to compromise, not where your new body is concerned. Ordinary adventurers die often enough, leaving their ordinary corpses, but if you are to be like Shauna, we cannot settle for anything less than extraordinary. But a strong body requires an equally strong soul, as I recently discovered. Now, you are probably worried that strong souls are rare, and so they are, but never fear, for we can create one ourselves. All we need is a plentiful supply of the weaker kind, and they are common indeed. Be patient just a little longer, my love, and all will be as you desire.
Okay. So I have two assumptions right now. Two possible reasons for why she's doing this. One, she went fucking insane and due to the loss of her fiance, I believe he was supposed to be. Or something is basically messing with her and like telling her that, like, making her believe that her husband or her fiance is talking to her. It could possibly be a void scent or something that is like messing with her in a way. And there's the guy that started the quest. Can't move my body, help. Spare body. So we need to run into that. Oh, yep. I can't stay being here any longer. I'll see you outside. Void scent smells rather like blue. I mean, yeah, I am a blue right now, but I'm thinking it could either be a void scent that's messing with the girl that basically is doing all of this, or she's just batshit insane right now. There's like the two possible reasons why.
With the nigh endless supply of bodies here, I will make you well again, my love. Then we shall be wed as man and wife, and forever be joined as the gods intended. Of course, it is only fitting that a proper ceremony be held, with guests in attendance. I will send out invitations to all our friends. They will be so happy for us, I have no doubt they will jump at the chance to part with their souls.
Okay, she sent invitations how to basically get their souls. Okay. And it is just becoming more and more just messed up things we find here as we go along. Cutscene. And is that her? Yep, seems like it. And let me guess, that is him. Or that is his head. That has been turned into a void scent. Camaraderie, all these people have come to make you a gift of their souls, something. Even Shanna is here. Now your dream of becoming like her can come true. Oh boy. Avery, green arm, or brave arm. That is something called a groom to be. I'm assuming don't let that get to her. Okay, that's done. What? You done? Avery? No. Oh no. Her clothes are lit on fire now. She's about to fall off the edge. And instead of the usual, like, happy end thing there, we're instead sad, because this is not what was supposed to necessarily happen. Let's see, what did she say during the fight? She said, thank you ever so much for coming to our wedding. Your body means the world to Avery. Your wait is over, my love. All you have ever dreamed of is right here. To have and to hold, or better or worse, for richer or for poorer. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, I think we meet her somewhere else. And first of all, I'm just gonna quickly all this, and then I quickly want to head to the what is it called? In room, because I want to check the cutscenes that I've unlocked. So if I'm not mistaken, there should be something there that might indicate that we have met her afterwards. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's the case. That is in a very specific piece of content I'm thinking of. Don't think we have met her on stream, but I met her
what can we do? We hope
during something specific. Let's see. I just need to figure out what other duties. Palace of the Dead. I believe we meet her in Palace of the Dead, potentially. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know really which cutscene it is. I don't think it's this one, but as we'll just go through some of them. See if we can spot anything in particular. Like 9 cutscenes. I don't think most of them were that long. Another visitor. I think some of this is like cutscenes that play after each of the like sets of floors that you can go through. It's like after floor 10, floor 20, so on. Could be that I'm just completely wrong here, but I feel like there was a cutscene during some of this that basically reminded me of something, but I'm not sure. I think that is her, like the girl that we met at a pure heart. I think it might be during, or maybe the next cutscene. Seem our guest has overstayed their welcome. Come, my love, let us show her the way out. I think it's the next cutscene that would basically show us it's her. This is basically after we defeat her. It looks like her, at least. Shanna, so good to see you. I started anew as an adventurer, just as I promised. Good that Ali could see me now. Yep, it is her. Fucking was her. But how did I come to this place? I remember falling and a robed figure. Because this was supposed to be something you would do after Tempterra Deepcroft hard. She's like the boss on floor 50, I think. It is slain. She fucking was. Okay, I'm curious about now, is there some information on Edda Pure Heart on any of the wikis? You can check the Final Fantasy Phantom page. Let's see, what does it say here? Okay, I think I'm gonna read this after we actually go and do this quest, because apparently there is something during this quest when we finish it, a cutscene that is basically described here. So down to Tempterra.
It's finally over. Would that it could have been different, but what choice did we have? Let this be my last act as an adventurer. I've done quite enough harm as it is. I mean to go home and live out my days in, huh?
Okay.
No. It can't be.
Yeah, that would all. Okay. Oh, Jesus fuck.
But why? I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
Holy shit. That's probably some of the most creepy shit they've done so far in this game. Holy. That was well done. Shit. Okay, so let's read what it says here. Let's see. It says okay, so it's, let's see, what did it say here? And I can see that Chun Chun is running around where I am right now. Okay, so it says here, it is basically after you basically see in the Carline canopy that Avery is dead, and that Ida basically kept the head. It says here that it is later seen in Ulda, where she meets the Warrior of Light face to face. The warrior learns Avery has her, or was her fiance. She explains, admired the Warrior of Light for all of their achievements, motivating him to become one as well. She explains that upon taking a proper look at the warrior, she can build motivated to become a strong adventurer. Before heading back home to continue her training, returning home to bury her beloved, she turned to madness, refusing to be parted with her beloved's head, and turned to a forbidden arch from an ancient tome obtained during her travels. This tome she brought Avery back from the dead. Becomes overcome with grief and begins sending invitations to her wedding to Avery in the Templar Deepcroft. Yeah, then all that stuff basically with the quest that we just done happens. Then it says here, sometime later, the Warrior of Light ventures into the Palace of the Dead. Ida Spirit, now wearing a all-black outfit and an eye patch, observes them. Upon reaching the 50th floor of the palace, Ida confronts them in battle, stating that they overstayed their welcome. After she is defeated, her spirit reappears with her original appearance. Recognizing the Warrior of Light, she expresses confusion as to where she is, as the last thing she remembers is falling and seeing a figure in black. Her spirit vanishes, leaving behind a ring. It says here something. Wait, what? Hold on. What? Hold on, what? It says here that after leaving the Palace of the Dead, the Warrior of Light takes the ring to Pio Rayo, the Lalafell, who is still haunted by his experience in the Templar Deepcroft. He recognizes it as Edda's engagement ring, as the Warrior of Light to help in locating Avery's matching ring, both rings. Hayo and Rayo, Warrior of Light, take them to have a small memorial ceremony outside of Limbs of Lominsa, hoping to finally lay Ida and every spirits to rest. After the ceremony, the Warrior of Light hears Eda's voice thanking them. I don't remember doing that. When the fuck does that happen? Hold the fucking phone. Okay, I gotta figure out what quest is that? Now I am confused. Yeah, apparently it's a quest called The Nightmare's End. It's given by a person called Balin in the South Shroud. Have I completed that one? Side quests. Down here, maybe?
Woohoo!
Balin. Okay, let's... Okay. Thanks, Junjun. I don't know why you're giving me coke, but okay. Okay, let's see. Let's try to head to Quarry Mill and see if I can spot that quest somewhere. Because apparently that's a quest, but I don't remember doing that one. Like at any point. I didn't actually know this. I can search for the quest name. Nightmare's End. No matching quests. Okay. So I find that quest. At 2520. Which is supposed to be around here. Oh wait, spell. Hold on. Oh, it's... Oh, okay, now I think I understand what the fuck is happening. It says here, previous quest, Corpse Groom. You need to have completed Corpse Groom, which is the quest that I just did. I'm assuming that means that now I need to basically... I guess need to complete floor 50, even though I have already done that. Of, this... Ah. Okay, I have an idea for what I can do regarding that. I currently have a run with Summoner going at least, and I'm currently on floor 41. Wait, hold on. What? Oh, now I understand why it didn't appear. I wasn't the proper class was Blue Mage. That doesn't allow it. The Nightmare's End.
I say,
accept it.
aren't you that adventurer who's been exploring the Palace of the Dead? Shauna, isn't it? You've caused quite a stir among the men. Indeed, everyone in the Shroud speaks of your daring. Some more favorably than others. You see, there's this Lalafell who came to Buskar and Struthers a few days past. He practically lives in the tavern now, always deep in his cups, muttering about dead friends and vengeful spirits. He mentioned your name amidst his ramblings. Several times, in fact. We usually pay no mind to drunkards at the tavern, but to be frank, he's become something of a nuisance. Perhaps you could speak with him. If the gods are good, you'll catch him in a moment of sobriety.
Okay, so it's basically just because it was Blue Mage that didn't allow me to accept it. So, let's see here. I'm just going to want to read some stuff from my FC chat. Okay. He just wants me to read something. So I guess this is why it doesn't appear until you've completed Corpse Room.
Barkeep. Another bottle. The strong stuff this time. How's a man to drown his troubles in this? Eek. Tepid piss you call ale? I said, eek. Huh. Shauna? That the gods would, eek. Deliver you to me a third time. If anyone can help me, surely it's you. After our ordeal in the Tamtara Deep Croft, I tried to return home, but it's no use. Try as I might, I cannot stop thinking about her. About Etta. You saw her? When? Where? This is her engagement ring. I'd recognize the design anywhere. She would always keep this in her breast pocket for fear it would get dirty on our outings. Strange that it would find its way to you. Back to this place. I realize this is sudden, but would you accompany me to the bridge just outside? I'd like you to help me with something.
Okay. Bar.
Thank you for coming. I thought my heart would burst from my chest when I laid eyes on that ring. Would that I could forget the horrors of that damnable crypt. Seems the best I can do is drown them in ale. Perhaps this is punishment for the way we treated her. Every night when I close my eyes I can still see them. Etta with her ghastly grin. And that abomination she dared to call Avr. The dream is always the same. We wish to return home, they tell me. I fear if I don't grant this request, they will haunt me till my dying day. My first thought was to hold a small remembrance service of sorts to honor them. Then I asked myself, what good would that do without bodies, or even a keepsake? Then I remembered their engagement rings, a symbol of their innocence and purity, of a time before this calamity befell them. With those in hand, I could do my part to put their souls to rest. Of course, that would have meant returning to that awful place, to seek out and retrieve the ring from her. I cursed myself for running away the last time we met. If I had stayed, with you at my side, perhaps I could have found the courage to try. Yet fate has conspired to bring you here, and with Etta's ring. Now we need only find Avars to complete the set. Now I know what you're thinking, and no, I will not ask you to accompany me back to the Tamtara Deep Croft. Thankfully, that won't be necessary. You see, the night before our fateful foray into the Deep Croft, Avr and I went to the Druthers for perhaps one too many drinks. We stumbled outside in a drunken stupor, and it was here that he fell into the river. We thought it hysterical. That is, until we realized that not only were his gauntlets missing, but his ring as well. There was no use searching for it in the dark, so we decided to return at first light. But alas, we never found it. Edda could never know. Now I would make things right. To do that, we must retrieve Avra's ring. Come. I very much doubt these shallow waters would carry his gauntlets far.
Okay. So search for his gauntlet. And then I guess rusted gauntlet. Yep.
You find a pair of old, rusted gauntlets. A cursory shake dislodges a dull ring from within.
Okay.
You found his gauntlets? Truly. What of the ring? Please tell me it was still inside.
A blood-encrusted ring found affixed to a pair of rusty gauntlets.
Yes. Yes, this is it. Now all that remains is to find a place where we might lay their rings, and hopefully, their spirits, to rest. Perhaps Lim Salaman saw. It was, after all, where we all met. What could be better than a beautiful view of the maritime city where their love first blossomed? I can think of no better place than Summerford. Meet me near the top of the skylift. I know a nice little spot with a beautiful view of Limsa.
Okay. That's also perfect because I also need to go to Limsa. Might as well just do that. So, what is giving me notifications right now? Ah, it's Chun. Apparently it's that Chun saw someone in like a group of Lalafell police apparently show up and kill someone. Okay. Wait. Someone just tried. That person just tried training with me. What? Okay. Don't think it will recover from that. Wonder what they wanted to trade with me. Or if they even intended to actually trade with me. Alright, so over and complete this quest, and if I remember correctly, I need to head over this way and down below. Yep. Distant.
Good to see ya back in one piece, and with Mistbeard's coffer, no less. Let's have a look at it, then.
Complex lock prevents any and all from uncovering the secret of the legendary pirate king Mistbeard's treasure.
The lock's still intact, and there's no sign it's been tampered with. Ya did good, venturer. The chief will be right pleased. And indeed he is. I knew that you wouldn't disappoint me, my friend. You have my gratitude. Now, you're curious as to the contents, I do not doubt. Having risked life and limb to retrieve the coffer, you've more than earned the right to that knowledge. The coffer holds the secret to Mistbeard's identity.
Why are you writing if I like your glam? Chun, I can't see it right now. I didn't really get a good look at it before.
Menacing, is it not?
What the fuck?
This mask, my friend, has been worn by all the individuals who have borne the name Mistbeard. Mistbeard was not one man, but many. For generations, both name and mask have been inherited by those deemed worthy. And so the legend continued. But now that legend will come to an end, for the last Mistbeard has found a new purpose in life, one woman and her dream of a brighter future for Limsalam and Sa. As you know, ours is a nation founded by pirates. It's in Alamansan's blood to desire to be his own master, to reject authority and take what he wants. Some among us believe that piracy is a time-honored tradition. But so long as we cling to this tradition, we will never know lasting prosperity. These were the woman's words, and Mistbeard saw wisdom in them. He swore to do all in his power to make her dream reality.
I guess he was the previous Mistbeard, I'm guessing.
In the future she envisioned, there is no place for pirate kings but in the tales of fishwives. And so Mistbeard has chosen to consign himself and his predecessors to the pages of history.
Your claim is right now is Hellfire. I'm gonna look at it once I spot you again. My clam is where you left it, on point for your cosplay. Yep.
This mask symbolizes an obsolete way of life, yet it is not without power. Should it fall into the wrong hands, another Mistbeard will rise. Hot-blooded Lamansans will gather to his dread banner, and piracy will continue. The mask will never see the light of day again. On this day, the pirate king Mistbeard draws his last breath. Denston, I trust you know what to do. Aye, chief. Given a bit o' time, the rumors o' treasure'll fade, just like the mist clearin'.
Okay. The hull is complete. Oh, and... Okay, apparently there's a... I'm guessing a hard version? There you are. Not bad looking at all. What? Where are some of these pieces? Okay, so it's... no hat, because... Era. Hidden gloves? Oh no, it's actually bunny hoops. Oh. And then, what are those pants? Visioners, those. Visioners, pantalettes, or whatever they're called, and then... something coat? I think this is something you can craft? Morales coat. I don't remember how the... Where is that from? Level 50 leather worker can make that. Okay. I don't remember though what requirements are. How do you spell this again? Rose gold nugget, those are relatively easy. Only yarn, I believe, is easy. I don't remember if that is difficult to get a hold of, but I know that the Dodora leather can only be gotten in... where's that place? I think it's... What the fuck is that place called again? I think you can only get that from Orm Vale, I think. I'm just going to check Dodora leather. You need a Dodora wing, and yep, that is Orm Vale. It is from a specific chest that gives you that thing. I remember because I basically got something. You went to market board for that one. I think I basically just used it. Like, need to get one of those because it needs like buy some or craft something at one point. Let's see. And the other skin slash other this stuff get the base part, basically the skin version from Wanderer's Palace, third chest apparently. And the rest I'm pretty sure you can just craft normally. Ooh, but you also have a different set. That is what the... that's your crafter or gatherer outfit. So the jacket, that actually doesn't look half bad. And then just some other stuff that's been clamored. Question, why don't you have better of these? You can actually buy some better stuff, I'm pretty sure. As well as the hat. I think there's like some level 57 gear. Maybe it's 58. Or maybe it's 50. Actually, I think it's 56. That you can... The jacket is from the Heavensward Gatherer quest. No, it's not. That is not from a Heavensward quest. Look at the level. That is not a Heavensward quest. I can tell you that immediately. Because that is from the 63. So that is not from that. That is Stormblood stuff. But like all the rest of the stuff, all the Holy Rainbow stuff, you can basically get upgraded versions of that either by buying it in the you can either buy it from the armor vendor in Ishgard, or you can basically get stuff from either crafter scripts, where you can essentially get either the, I guess, level 70 gear if you want to get that, or if you just want the level 60 stuff, you can, or I think it's 58 stuff, you can also get that with Kupo nuts. Nice. Okay, I need to get over there. Take this quest. You love the glance set. I mean, it looks fucking awesome. Like, I'm pretty sure that is one of the, like, that armor, or that chest piece specifically is really popular because it looks fucking awesome. And it's also a little bit of a pain in the ass to get. Just craft, because you need a certain amount of materials that are not exactly the easiest to get. Some of them are technically, like the rose gold is, it's kind of easy. You do need to get some certain things, because actually just quickly pull this up. Woolen yarn, I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's just fleece, that's easy to get. And undying wool cloth, you just need, I think, this in order to make that. And rose gold, you just need copper, or that's, you can buy that, and gold ore, you need to just get that from the burning wall between 9 and 12 euros your time. So it's not extremely hard to get, it's just really the, like these two that are kind of the pain in the ass to get. But in theory, you could basically just like make a ton of them and just sell them on the market board potentially and earn a decent amount. It's just really these two that are the problem, because you need to like just spam a certain, I think it's like a certain point into Ormvale in order to get the wing, in order to craft the Orla leather. And this one I don't really know about. Cost 20,000 on the market board. I mean, if you want to, you could essentially just spam Wanderer's Palace and Ormvale all the way until you get the these things, get a ton of them, take a bunch of these and this, and just sell it, or just craft it into these and just sell them. They're like relatively easy to make, and or easy, or like they're easy in a way, but they just require a bit of time that some people just don't want to deal with, I guess. Okay, let's finish out this quest.
Would you look at that? It brings back such fond memories. Now, let us offer up our prayers to the dearly departed.
Must be kind of sad for him, because he's the last person of that party that's still alive. There's one of their members, like their tank, died.
Even in death they suffered together, down there in the dark. Avra, Edda. I pray you sleep, and finally know true peace.
First their tank died, Avery. Then, at some point, their archer, who I don't remember the name of, something with L, start, died. Somehow, I don't really know how. Then Edda went fucking crazy and did a ton of stuff, and then finally we killed her. And now, Payo is left all alone.
And with that, I believe we're finished here. Already I can feel a great weight has been lifted from my mind. Perhaps I may even enjoy a good night's rest. Words cannot express my gratitude, Shauna. You've seen me through much, and shown me what it means to be an adventurer. Our party lacked unity, and paid dearly for it. No one should suffer as they did, and I will do all I can to see other would-be heroes do not succumb to such a fate. Thank you.
Somebody's voice. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Ooh, the Chief Mourner. Dead but not gone, corpse dead. Hold on, what? Oh, there's another quest. But I need to complete floor 100 of Palace of the Dead. Once I get that one. Okay, then I can... No, please sleep when you're exhausted. Anyway, let's see what it says here. There's basically a small little paragraph left regarding Edda. It says here that Edda's appearance in the Palace of the Dead was orchestrated by Nebeth of Dillord. I have no idea what that is. Apparently a powerful undead sorcerer from another world. Obsessed with cheating death. Nebeth had used Edda in his experience on resurrection, feeling that her strong soul made her the perfect test subject. He is slain by the Warrior of Light, putting the entire ordeal to rest. I think he's like probably the boss for like floor 100, I'm assuming. But yeah, there's also some behind the scenes stuff. The Temptar Deepcroft is the first of 2 dungeons, the other being the Wanderer's Palace Heart. As of patch 1.5, but the adventurers do not perform the victory pose after clearing the dungeon due to the fate of Edda at the end of her story. I don't remember Wondrous Palace Heart. Why does that one not result in that? It also says here, at night there is less than a 1% chance that Edda's ghost will appear for a few seconds in any of the 3 city-states. She can only be seen by players who finish Samtara Deepcroft hard. Okay. So apparently, I'm assuming that means that if I were to go into any of the city-states at night, there is an extremely low percent chance of her appearing. That's kind of fucking creepy that can happen. Let's see. I kind of want to go up and we did check that quest regarding what is that called again? I'm blanking on that. What the fuck was that place called again? Outbreak Isle Heart, I'm assuming it is. Ghost hunting when... I mean, there is a less than 1% chance of her appearing, so I'm kind of thinking that probably never, because the chance of me actually finding her is probably extremely slim. Ah, that's a level 60 quest. Not doing that. I basically just wanted to see what level that quest was for, and yeah, that is way too high level for me to want to deal with right now. Let's see. Still have a round in 30 minutes left. So, you know what, let's just for the hell of it try and do the Odin quest. Blacksmith. It's an archer. Just wanted mimicry. Let's see here. Earth's Fount. Let us try and see if I can do that one. It's apparently supposed to be on the same level as an extreme trial. I don't know if I can actually complete this one, but I want to try. Earth's Fount. And there we have Odin. Okay. Despite the fact that I am high level, I'm actually still gonna really quickly look up some strats just so I can figure out like if there's anything I specifically need to look out for. Okay. Let's see. I'm basically just looking through some of these things really quickly to figure out if there's anything I really need to be on the lookout for. Okay, so apparently he will start casting something called Shin San Tetsuken, I think it's called. That does an unavoidable 99,999 damage to the entire raid. It can't be interrupted. It starts. He starts casting it at around 15% health or after 6 minutes. And once he starts casting that, you apparently have around 30 seconds to kill him. I guess that just means burst. Just focus on that as much as possible. Make sure that I also put as many debuffs on him as possible. Might as well just quickly try. Yep, he's full resistance to that. Healing. I don't think I'm going to have any problems regarding DPSing him down. I think I'm going to save my primal abilities for burst phase. Those are my most hard-hitting abilities that I can possibly do. I'm supposed to cast it in a second. There it is. There we go. Got the Miss the Cut achievement. Nice. Honestly, not too difficult. I did also say on the wiki that it is a relatively easy fight, it's just that you need to be on your toes apparently. And it also has kind of a DPS check at the end. 4 minutes. Nice. That's a fucking cool helmet, holy shit. Okay, that is both a cool and also fucking ridiculous helmet. What the fuck? Holy shit. That is 100% going in my glamour chest. That is going in my glamour chest. For sure. That is... like, it looks ridiculous as hell, but it's also kind of cool in a way. Yeah. And I also got a Wondrous Tail. I'm actually getting really fucking lucky with this, like, Wondrous Tail right now, because if I can get one there and one there and there, I can get a 3-line Wondrous Tails, which would be pretty fucking awesome. Maybe just do this. But I could also be tempted to pick this one, because you can actually get some pretty nice things with some of these certificates. Although I don't actually remember if that's the case with the silver ones. I do know that there are some pretty decent things with the bronze certificates. I actually don't remember. Are there any of these things that I can do on my own? Maybe. And maybe. I don't know if I can actually do these two on my own. War leader? Maybe. I'm not sure. I can do that with a group. That one I can maybe do on my own. I'm not sure. I did try and queue up for the training version of this, but it just took forever to actually get any queue pops. And I can't do that one, and that one I haven't unlocked yet, and the same goes for these three. That's maybe something I'll mess around with in my own time. Okay, I believe the quest is... Nope, it's actually not. I thought it was maybe in Gridania, but nope, it's over at that rock thing over there. I'm actually kind of curious now. Okay, it looks like you can actually get his entire armor set. Is that actually the case? Basically, I just looked at the gear specifically. And let me just see. Dark Divinity War Set is apparently what it's called. It kind of looks like you can get the entire set. But I'm assuming it only drops one piece every time, so that could be something that you need to farm quite a bit. But honestly, that is still a pretty fucking awesome helmet. And ooh, I even got a card, but I already... How do I already have that card? I haven't done Odin yet. Wait, can you get that from a different place? Hold on a sec. The page with some triple triad stuff. Odin. Ah, you can get it from challenging Landonell in South Shroud to Triple Triad, but you can also get it from the Mithril Triad card packs. The Gold Saucer, that's probably where I've gotten it from, because I haven't played a whole lot of Triple Triad, but I have opened a few of those packs. There's a E rank hut.
Your bravery before the Dark Divinity was commendable, adventurer. I am relieved you escaped the battle with your life. And it was not for nothing, I might add. Brother Sumiyan and I have observed something remarkable, though I should like to discuss it with him present. Ah, and see how he comes. Shauna. I am honored to have seen you fight. Why, I can scarcely wait to tell Sylphie how a warrior of light overcame the terror of the Shroud. No doubt the girl will smile to hear of your valor. Ah, but no doubt you are keen to learn more of the Dark Divinity. Very well. I shall share with you what I have gleaned in observing your battle. To begin, felling a primal allows the ether of their physical manifestation to return to the land, this much you know, yes. Odin seems to be subject to the self-same laws. Yet his sword, the Zantetsuken, remains even after his body vanishes. Thus, we thought to examine the blade, and in so doing, found that its etheric density is unimaginably high. Now, we had always assumed the being who brandished the weapon was Odin. But what if we erred? What if the sword Zantetsuken is, in and of itself, the Dark Divinity? An unforeseen conclusion, yes, but one that clarifies much of the primal. Indeed, that would explain why Odin has never truly fallen, no one has thought to destroy the blade. And if the Zantetsuken is the primal, could it not conjure itself a new wielder? Yet, just as Ifrit's tempered or Leviathan's drowned, Odin must needs have his Sunder to offer crystals in his name, unless he drinks of the Shroud's ether. Such a weak source of power could be why it takes time for the dark divinity to manifest again. You see, adventurer, our theory accounts quite nicely for two of the mysteries that for so long surrounded the primal. And yet, as Apathy hints, a third mystery remains: if there are no Sundered, how does Odin sustain himself? I cannot imagine the wishes of those who first summoned him were so strong as to echo throughout the centuries. Brother, I do not think our theory is flawed. No, this discovery makes clear the holes in what we had for so long believed of the primals. We must revisit the beings with a keener eye. I will inform Master Urianger of what we have gleaned here. Adventurer, I urge you to do the same should something else of Odin occur to you. But today is a victory, all the same. We have the Zantetsuken, and the mysteries that remain pale in import to the act of locking the primal away. With any luck, we can seal the sword and end the dark divinity's ride. Brothers, something terrible has happened. The Zantetsuken is gone. One of my own men has stolen away with the blade, and left nary a trace to track his flight. I never dreamt he would do such a thing, and I stayed my hand too long to stop him. What? Are your men so disloyal as to rob you? Tell me, Lewin, why would someone do such a thing? Forgive me, brother, but I cannot say. I am as astonished as you. The thief was a sworn man of God's quiver, true as any Gridanian arrow. Moreover, what could he stand to gain by stealing so fell a blade? Mayhap the soul of the thief was stolen along with the blade. It is within the power of all primals to bend mortals to their wills. If the Zantetsuken and Odin are one and the same, then the sword may control the now sundered man. Is that not right, brother? That is indeed possible. Gods, could I have been so blind as that? Bolard Lewin, it is I who needs apologize. Had I been more wary, I would have foreseen this. Instead, I have cost us dearly, and placed you and your men in great danger. Let us not cry over lost swords. Bolard Lewin, send forth the gods' quiver and wood whalers to scour the shroud. Brother Apathy and I will devote ourselves to devising a way to fell Odin after the Zantetsuken is ours again. Yes, brother. Indeed, it would be a poor thing to have the blade in our grasp, and no way to destroy it nor dull its bite. Adventurer, I will call upon you again when we have something to show for our efforts. Until then, go in peace.
Okay. Another quest done. Let's see. Guess in theory I could try the Naval Extreme. Let's see if I could maybe do that one. For the hell of it, I do need to get a TPS that I can quickly grab some buffs from. Let's quickly head over to Quarry Mill because there's most likely someone over there. Let's see. Yep, that's a dancer. Okay, let's see here. Uncheck that one and let's try the nape. I have no idea if I can do this one because Garuda seemed a bit too difficult when I tried that one on my own. The extreme version. But she does also have some mechanic where I think she gets invulnerable when some ads she spawns are close together or something. I don't quite know. But I know that can at least be timed on hard. The question is if I can do it on extreme as well. Oh, don't go as far out. Already have him down pretty far. Okay. That's my bad. I walked into the landslide. Thought maybe I could walk further, but I couldn't. Curious how much? 200 bonus, and how much do I get from this one? I can't see. I might hit the cap. Linux. Thinking when he does an attack, just run through his legs instead. Okay. This is just how much damage is that gonna do to me? Okay, and his heart is out. Wasn't able to get Song of Torment on him. Okay, hardest dead. It's the jump. And great, I popped both of my two of my attacks that I should probably have saved. Because I forgot that he is invulnerable. Oh shit. Nice. There goes beat him. Earth to earth. And I'm pretty sure I can beat Ifrit if I want to. Soul as well. This is making you think of Tiny Extreme Synced. Yeah, I have a feeling that would probably be pretty difficult. Tremor Earrings of Casting. Oh, unique looking earrings actually. So what is this used for? Titanic Crack Soul Lamp. And weapons. Tremor Axe. These ones that have... Oh, yep, they have a glowy effect. Nice. Guess that means I can technically be able to farm his... I think it drops a mount. There's a chance to drop a mount. I guess I can start farming that. If I want to.
Titan displayed a most satisfying degree of destructive power. The intensifying effects of the ritual foci are undeniable. Powerful though this incarnation was, the Primal's eventual defeat was not unexpected. The burgeoning strength shown by the Bringer of Light, however, has grown beyond reckoning.
You're attempting it with a friend of yours, you didn't win. I mean, if you do any sort of, like, extreme content synced, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be, like, difficult. But if you do it unsynced, with, like, high enough level characters, it starts becoming a lot easier. I will also say Blue Mage is meant for, like, solo content, so they can start more or less soloing things when they're, like, only 10 levels above, depending on their spells that they have.
Such a demonstration of force serves us still, it invites ever greater retaliation. Yes. As the light burns brighter, so, too, are the shadows steeped deeper in darkness.
Still think that I should do the extreme sync. I mean, yes, I can do that, but at the same time, I'm also just thinking, if I just want to do the quests, I might as well just do them unsynced, because I just want to get the quest done instead of waiting potentially hours trying to find a group like the... I'm forgetting it. I think it's the Party Finder it's called. Yeah, Party Finder. I would potentially have to like spend hours trying to find a group. Also, why? What? Why is the person searching through this the Labyrinth of the Ancients when you can just use the Duty Finder? AFC is already doing it in Walker Savage. I think some people from my FC are actually thinking of... I don't know if it's necessarily Savage, but they're apparently starting to work towards some... like... I think Mega Static or something like that. Alright, might as well switch over to Ninja again. Deliver the
rumblings have ceased. It seems that no matter how powerful the Lord of Crags becomes, you and your companions are up to the task, yes? You found something of interest in the navel?
Gruesome ritual tool fashioned from the bones. Cobalt.
Is this bone? And such a grotesque design. Honestly, I will never understand the kobold's sense of aesthetics. You say you acquired a similar object after your battle with Garuda? Then we must consider the possibility that these trinkets are responsible for the primal's appalling new strength. But I shall leave such conclusions to those more learned in the subject. Then I pray return to the waking sands and convey my greetings to Urianger.
Okay. Actually, since I'm already here in Limsa, I might as well use the faster way of getting to that one. I'm sorry, what? Your location is what the fuck are you on about, game? My location is congested? What? Can't you just put me in a different instance of Limsa? What? Anyway, Westbury Bay, 80 kill. Too many players there. Yeah, I kind of like... I'm sorry. there's too many people in Limsa? I mean, I know it's like one of the like big places that people go to, but how are there so many people that it can't even let me go there? Like, what? Okay, so we're back here. Let's track the... Okay, what is... What? Ah, that's Red Mage. It's kind of like, what? Why can't I accept that quest? Makes a bit more sense if it's a class quest. Okay. Oh, you think there are limited instances of the main cities? We don't have the server space to make it happen.
So, the Lord of Crags was also possessed of unprecedented vigor. And thou hast returned with yet another curiosity of bone? The kobolds are not known for fashioning objects in this manner. What is more, its construction doth bear a striking similarity to that of the trophy recovered by thee from Garuda's lair. The fleshless remains of beastmen worshippers, this is the material common to both of these foreboding ritual tools. What unsavory sorcery have the paragons bequeathed to their unsuspecting pawns? There is yet another commonality to this augmentation of the primals that concerns me, and that is the Shana Majula. For every mountain thou dost conquer, I am struck by the answering waxing in potency of the primals. The pattern is too clear to ignore. Such a cycle bodes naught but ill for the realm. I must unlock the true nature of these immortal entities ere the land is once more racked with ruin. And, as always, thou art my stoutest ally in the gathering of the requisite keys.
Okay. Oh, I actually didn't hit the limit. Nice. Okay, if it ain't broke. If it ain't broke. Let's see,
We are fortunate that the Lord of the Inferno hath yet to rear his horned head. I fear, however, that reports of his return will not be long in the coming. My quest for knowledge yet remains unfinished, but such a task can only properly be undertaken in a world unracked by chaos. Let us bow to inevitability, and prepare ourselves for what will undoubtedly turn into another blistering trial. Pray visit High Commander Swift at the Hall of Flames in Ul'dah, and advise him that the fiery primal will likely soon be among us once more. Mayhap with a measure of foresight, we can lessen the impact of Ifrit's arrival.
Okay, I'm kind of thinking of maybe extending the stream just a tiny bit. Just so I can basically finish up this quest, just so it isn't in my quest log anymore. And that way I've also just like finished up all 3 of these extreme trials. That way I can just like do it whenever I feel like it. Do those. Specifically for Wondrous Tales. But yeah, I forgot about that. That's not the location I would want it.
Shana of the Scions, your timing is most fortunate. Allow me to brief you on the situation. Both the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Adder informed us of their recent troubles with disturbingly powerful primals. And, as these incidents ever occur in threes, we immediately sought to gather intelligence on MLJA activity. We lost contact with the first reconnaissance party assigned to the task. I then deployed one of our elite units to learn the fate of the missing scouts, but they, also, have failed to report back. In their most recent missive, my elite troops declared their intention to investigate the Bowl of Embers. Though they may have been overwhelmed by the Lizardmen, we must consider the possibility that the Lord of the Inferno has reclaimed his domain. It is with some measure of wounded pride, then, that I must request your aid. Assemble a group of your companions, and strike into the heart of MLJA territory in southern Then Allen. If Ifrit has indeed returned, you are to banish him back to the ether by whatever means is necessary. You will likely have to renew your bond with the Zahareke Ethereed to enter the Bowl of Embers. The Lizardmen have undoubtedly realigned their crystal since you last felled their god. And, unfortunately, That means cutting your way through a goodly number of their centuries to reach it. The Grand Company of the Immortal Flames is no stranger to sacrifice when it comes to battling the primals. But the struggle costs far too many lives, and often creates a host of new tempered enemies. You and your unique talents, however, can spare the families of our soldiers that grieve. I will pass on news of your involvement in this mission to the Scions myself. Should our primal fears prove substantiated, then I pray your efforts meet with success.
Okay, might as well just repair Blue Mage immediately. That is a machinist. So now that I think about it, I should probably go and spend some of my poetics actually on stuff before actually entering the trial. Just so I don't end up hitting the poetics limit. Essentially wasting some. I think I can add some more donor and perhaps buy some things needed for relic weapons. I think I can maybe look at what I need for later parts of the Zodiac relic weapon and just buy some of those things. Even buy them at this point. First, just gonna tune. Come on, let me get off the map. Thank you. Reverend's Toll. And let's see here, relic weapons. Specifically Zodiac weapons. Let's see. I currently have the Animus weapon, I believe. Oh yeah, that's not it. Let's see. Ah yeah, it's the Zenith that I have. Then there's the Atma and then the Animus. Let's see. The Atma step. There is no requirements. Animus. There is a person that sells some books that I need one at a time, but I don't think I can buy any of those books currently because I need to, I think, be higher or further in the quest lines. That's not an option. Let's see here. But for the Novus weapon. Okay, so I apparently at some point during that need 3 superior enchanted ink, which I can buy from this lady. That is not it. Just while I'm at it, I can need these. know what? Sure, let's actually just buy this instead. So, bowl of embers. Hard? Or extreme, rather. I have no idea how difficult this one is. But I don't believe there's anything that's like, hey, you're now locked in place and can't do any attacks. Like the Titan. Should be the easiest one. Yeah, I think in terms of like stuff you need to do, it should be. Okay, bodyguard. Basic instincts. And some torments. Bad breath. And aqua breath. Might as well try and just avoid any unnecessary attacks. Okay, nails. Just make sure to get rid of those. Okay, all nails are done, and I need a heal. Hold up, quick. Oh, I just noticed that I have no health. What the fuck happened there? Why did I suddenly lose, like, all my health? Let me just quickly check something. Bowl of Embers Extreme. Doesn't really say anything specific. Okay, I have just had 4 vulnerability stacks there. That's a lot. of lucid dreaming. I see. I believe that that whenever they get destroyed, they deal a ton of damage. Seems to be the case at least. And I basically just bursted them down a bit too fast, so I just ended up taking way too much damage. There we go. Going up in flames. I basically just didn't know that destroying the nails deals damage to me. Didn't realize that. And bracelets, Rebel Judgment, under the weight, and Inferno Horn. Used for a bunch of weapons and Blazing Inferno Lamp. Nice. I feel like there's supposed to be another thing, or maybe not. Let's see, they can also potentially drop the Aethon whistle, which summons the... gives you basically the fire horse, I'm assuming. And then there's also a potential chance for the Nightmare whistle, which gives you a... I think it's like a black unicorn? I'm just kind of curious about something regarding the... Blazing Inferno Lamp. Is that the... yeah. It's essentially just like Ifrit's head that you can mount on the wall. Like, jaw open and everything, but there's like fiery horns and flames from the top of his head and inside his mouth and everything. Looks pretty cool. Does require a bunch of materials, so I'm probably not gonna be able to make that anytime soon. Getting ahead of your wall, I guess. Yep.
Ifrit was reborn with the strength of 1,000 raging infernos, and yet you vanquished him. I can offer you naught but praise, bringer of light. Ever prepared for confrontation? Good. Those instincts serve us as well as they serve you. What meaning hides within this constant pursuit of ever greater strength? Have you paused to dwell on its significance? However you might choose to justify your actions, it seems you have tested the very limits of these three primal avatars. Again, such furious response. Did we not make ourselves clear? As amusing as such might prove, we do not come to trade blows with you. This meeting is at an end. We must thank you for a most enlightening display. We have learned much. The destiny we seek draws closer, ever closer. How much longer can you stem the tide of darkness, bringer of light? How well will you fare against the next god to reawaken? HM.
If I'm not mistaken, that means that I can now solo, or I know at least that I can solo 2, 3 base primals, so basically Titan and Ifrit. I can maybe solo Garuda? I'm not sure yet, I haven't tried that in a while at least. I know I can solo... Scroll down to this. I don't need to worry about Thorn March because that doesn't hold anything of use to me. I can maybe solo World Eater, but I'm not entirely sure. Maybe Striking Tree, I'm not sure about that. I know I can solo the hard version. I don't know about the extreme. And this one I can 100% solo. I know that. I've done it plenty of times. That's the reason why I have them out.
So, the Infernal Primal had returned. After all, it is well that you set out prepared for the worst. Come now, Shauna, you must describe your epic encounter in detail that we might revise our tactics for future engagements. Any information could prove useful.
Yeah, that means that I could potentially farm all of the different horse mounts and basically get the like special one that you can get from getting all of them. Would be pretty nice. And Infernal Ritual Focus.
Well, now, this is an ominous relic. While the MLJA are known for their barbaric trinkets, I sense something is different about this one. I see, so it is the third such object you have discovered within the domain of a primal. It certainly seems feasible that it played a role in Ifrit's enhanced volatility. Return with your trophy to the Waking Sands, and pray bid Urianger to continue his investigations. Our eternal gratitude to you both.
Okay, so I'm assuming that this probably means that this is the end of this quest line. Unless there's something that goes like, hey, there's more stuff. Apparently there is. Okay, so apparently that is a relatively easy quest after this, which apparently also unlocks a repeatable quest that you can do, which basically just requires you to defeat all three of them, and then you get some things called Rovinus Token, which it's used to basically buy some, I think, weapons at level 90. That's apparently something. Getting in the mood, getting in a food mood. I feel like I could probably also grab a snack, which I'll probably do after finish up the stream. Might make some popcorn. I think that's one of the only sort of snacks I have. I guess I technically do have tortilla chip. Tortilla. I don't know how to actually pronounce it in fucking English. Tortilla. Just gonna say the Danish one. Tortilla chips. That I bought like Tuesday. I think it was Tuesday. Tontonga chips. Not quite. But yeah, those kinds of chips, basically just like, I think chips you would usually get for to like Mexican sort of dishes. Basically, I had to go in a different store than I usually go to because, okay, small rant. I have a store that is relatively close to me. Like, I can get to it like by walking in like no time. For some reason, in the time that I basically went home to my parents and took care of them, or took care of the you want Doritos. But yeah, basically, in the time that I went home to my parents, looked after their house, and got home, that store apparently started, or apparently got changed into a different store, still owned by the same company, but it's like a different chain of stores, and which in of itself I don't really care, but there are some things that are a bit annoying. For example, the previous store was one where I could use the so-called co-op or coop, however you want to pronounce it, and to basically get special deals. This new one doesn't include that feature. It doesn't have any of those like special deals, like personalized deals. that's a bit annoying. The prices are basically the same as before, even though it's supposed to be a discount store, which I feel like is kind of bullshit. So now it's basically a new store, which didn't open until today. It got a new layout, which part of it I kind of like because it feels more open now. But for some reason they went ahead and did an absolutely asinine thing with the registers, cash registers, where previously the way that the cash registers were set up, they were like facing each other, and the way you would usually get to it was, or the way that the line would usually form was from the cash registers down like the aisle that was like right next to them, which was where things like chips and candy was. And if there were too many people for the one register, they would open the other one, and it would basically just like essentially make it so that people would like just slowly funnel over in the other register. But here, for some reason, they have set it up so that you can't see one of the registers, or it's kind of the same way, but like for some reason there's some aisles that block the view, so that when I was down there earlier today, I went in the line for the first register. I didn't know that there was another line for the second register, which was like so much shorter. Like the one I was in was like probably maybe 15 people, like at least 10 people, maybe 15, and the other one maybe had like 5. I couldn't see the other line due to how the whole thing was set up, which is kind of dumb in my opinion, that you can't see a different line that's been formed. Plus, they have set up a completely separate area that is meant for like essentially the co-op app has a thing where you can basically like scan your items and basically pay through the app, so you don't have to like, it's basically just called something like scan and pay, or scan og betale Danish, which is in a way useful. I just don't want to use it because I don't trust that sort of stuff. I don't like certain types of technology. I just don't trust because I know that it can fuck up easily, and I don't want to deal with that. So I just trust good old credit card. Way easier. But for some reason they have an entire area just purely for that, and I don't know why they decided that when they could just as easily have used that for like, I don't know, another register. Take one of the like aisles and put over there instead. It's like the size of 2 registers that they just have been like, oh yeah, let's just make that an area for like something that like I think maybe 5% of their customers use, where usually it would just be like, oh, you just scan all your things, go up to the registers, scan the QR code, and then you just show it to the person sitting at the register. It's like they don't get a ton customers in that store usually. It's like sometimes they get a decent amount, but that's usually not a problem in terms of like the amount of people that go through. It just seems fucking dumb as hell. My problem is just that if I want to go to any other stores, I need to walk quite a distance. Like I think the nearest store from like I have 2 other stores that I could go to. Both of them are around like 20 minutes that I need to walk. You know, you have been having a really good time with the scan and go. In terms of times, it's really good. It's so super fast. You can skip the madness of queue. Yeah, but the thing is, down in the store where I usually buy that I was changed, there was hardly ever a queue. Like at most, it would be like 4 or 5 people in front of me, and it would usually take like no time at all. So I didn't mind it. Plus, then I would also like I just don't want to deal with like trying to set everything up for the scan and go. I know it's not a whole lot, but it's just I just prefer the good old way of doing it. Like here, shopping queue is like over the at the time it takes to do shopping. Yeah, so cutting that out is so nice. Like I can understand it if you're living in a place or using it, going to a store where there's like always a long queue. It's like a long queue, but here it's like there's barely any queue ever. Like it's usually only like maybe around like big holidays, and usually I just make sure that I don't go down there on big holidays because it's just like I know that there's gonna be a decent amount of people, so I just go like I'm just gonna buy like ahead of time and not go down there. Yeah, a little bit annoyed about that. Like the biggest issue I have with it is just that the fact that I can't get my personalized deals down there due to the store that it turned into. That is like the most annoying part of it. Like all the other stuff I can deal with. It just really annoys me that I can't get those like certain deals. For example, right now if I want to buy let's say eggs, a pack of I don't remember what the hell that is called in English, but økologiske eggs, like a 10 pack of those. That costs usually like 28, I think, down there. But I could usually in the app get it for like, I think 21 rounds, which is a pretty big amount of savings. But can't do that anymore. And this is the Scan and Go is where the personalized deals live. I mean, for co-op, it also is like in the same sort of like I know with co-op, it's in the same app, but I think you might need a membership for their app in order to use it. And the only reason I actually have a membership is I think because of the fact that I worked in one of those stores before, and then you could get like a membership because you were working there, but I don't work there anymore, so I don't know. But like in terms of like the personalized deals, me and my mom would basically just like I was usually just shopping this in one store and she was usually using another store. So we would basically just be like, okay, do you have like eggs for this store? Like if I had eggs in the store, like as a deal in the store that my mom shopped in, I would basically activate those and let her know. And if she had like some eggs or some salmon that I usually buy in the store that I bought in, she would activate those and let me know. It basically worked out great with that, but now I can't utilize that, or at least I can't get any benefit from it because I can't use it unless I go like, I think the nearest store that I have where I can use the personalized deals, let me actually just quickly check if both of those stores actually have that. Also another thing, Co-op's new app, that's another thing I found out like Sunday. They decided to, for some reason, make a completely asinine update to it, where like before they basically had it so that when you went to your personalized deals, you could basically like, you had a button that you could click on at the top of the app where it was like, oh, here you can basically select what stores you want displayed. They don't have that anymore. Now it's just, now all of them are just displayed, which is kind of annoying. And the way they would basically display the deals before was just one of the stores at the top, and it would just be like, okay, here's all of those deals, and it would just be like, you just scroll down through them. You could just select them. Now they have done something that I feel is kind of weird, where it's like, it's a button, like it's you still have that list of sorts, but instead of scrolling through the deals, you scroll through the stores. And then when you get to the store that you want to basically look at, you have to scroll from like left to right, or like basically like from side to side in order to find them. And for some reason, like I feel like that is like, if you know anything about like web design, one of the first things you know is just that you do not make a website where you scroll to the sides. That is like a huge like no, just a nope in my opinion. Like it's just weird. Plus another thing is each deal is basically represented by like a card of sorts. For some reason they have it so that if you don't scroll far enough, you can't get to the next card. So it'll basically just be like, oh, you didn't scroll more than halfway towards that next card. Yeah, let's just like pop you back to the previous one, which is kind of weird. Yeah, I just don't like the way they've done this, especially the fact that you can't just like. Essentially, let's just say that if I could meet the person who basically decided that this is how the app should be, I would slap them for basically making these changes, because these changes are so fucking dumb. And I don't know why they decided to do this. Like, it is so dumb in my opinion. Like, just the fact that you can't decide, like, oh, I don't want to see these stores because I don't shop in them. You can't do that. Why? If I don't shop in fucking Yama, why the fuck would I have it displayed? I don't shop in that store. It's nowhere near where I live. I don't want it. Throw it away. But yeah, like if I want to basically use these deals, the nearest stores to me, if I were to walk, is like at least 30 minutes that I need to walk one way. That is immediately just in terms of travel time, an hour that I would have to walk. I could take my bike, but I don't really like riding around the city where I live. Mainly because I've just been used to like riding around bikes in the countryside, and you don't really need to like worry about like as many traffic rules. Yeah. I will say that they basically did, like, the reason why they apparently like changed a bunch of stores was because like the store that my store was basically changed into, they have apparently done that with I think like over 100 different stores around the country. I'm kind of hoping that after they did that, they might decide to add personalized like deals to the app. That would make me very happy. But I'm also kind of thinking of maybe just like contacting Ko and just being like, hey, could you please add personalized deals for this? Because despite the fact that it's supposed to be a discount store, it is the same price as a normal fucking store. It is not cheaper in any way. Like, it is literally the same prices as it was before. If anything, it might be like just a smidge cheaper, like maybe like 1 or 2 crowns, which isn't a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. Yeah. I think that was maybe like, what, 20 minutes or so that I just ranted about that? I think. Maybe it was only like, I think it was actually only like around 10 minutes. Maybe. Anyway, let's continue with this.
Flames hath flown before thee. Dost thou return once more bearing a curious tool of ritual magics? Ah, yes, it doth most closely resemble the others in form, and, I dare say, in function. The bone is, of course, a mulja in origin. The servants of darkness revealed themselves to thee? I am put in mind of Archon Losoix's words, yet ever shall primal desires burn, for burn they shall, with the Asians ever toiling to stoke the fires.
Now it's out there, highlighted, send it to YouTube. I mean, I could do that.
We are fortunate, their careless taunting hath provided us with certainty, where before there existed only conjecture.
I don't really know if anyone would actually see it, but I could do that.
It is unfortunate, however, that thy actions serve the Asians' purposes so well. Whenever thou slayest our primal foes, the beastmen seek to raise ever more ferocious gods. And now, it seems, their ceaseless ambitions are answered only by living sacrifice. Each ritual object thou didst recover is a manner of focus, a tool fashioned from the bones of a willing worshipper. These foci contain the vast etheric power generated by the fervent prayers of a beastman zealot in the moment of his death. This power was then poured into each primal during the rite of summoning, thus giving rise to the augmented avatar thou didst engage. To free us from the threat of the primals in truth, we must needs discover an escape from this endlessly escalating cycle of conflict. Such an answer will not, I fear, be readily attainable. So, as long as understanding eludes us, there is no recourse but to continue with the slaying of primals. The ether they invariably hoard must be released back into the land. As the beastmen deities wax ever more potent, it is a sad necessity that the nurturing of thine own strength cannot be ignored, an action that thou must take, even though it doth quicken the plans of the paragons. One of the paths to inexorable might hath ever been the pursuit of sturdy arms and armor. And in that endeavor, I may be able to assist thee.
Okay. That quest is done, and you should have another quest. Yep. Tussle with gods, we get Rowena's tokens.
If thou art to weather these constant clashes against ever more potent primals, then thou must perforce arm thyself with extraordinary weapons. I have concluded negotiations with one Rowena, a merchant who doth abide at Revenant's toll. In exchange for the ritual objects thou hast collected, she hath promised to provide thee with a selection from her stock of unique armaments. Why wouldst she consent to purchase these unsavory trophies? It is a simple question of infamy. Certain of her clientele are like to salivate at the very thought of possessing such forbidden items. There are few who can lay claim to the ownership of a ritual tool employed in the summoning of a primal. There is no cause for alarm. Any power the objects once held has long since been surrendered to the summoned deities. And lest thou worry on my account, I have gleaned from them what wisdom we required. I return to thee thy hard-won prizes. Hie thee to Revenant's toll in Mordhona, and see them swiftly into Rowena's hands.
Okay, that's Mordhona. Okay, so Rowena should be right up here.
Greetings, adventurer. So, you're the one as hopes to trade some primal curiosities, are you? Uriangers guaranteed their authenticity, so why don't you let OL Rowena here have a look at these ritual objects so yours? Carved from beastman bones, just like he described. Well, I'd be lying if I said these trinkets didn't make my skin crawl like a dire mite in my undergarments. In case you misunderstand, that's an expression o' high praise, lass. My customers LL be gutting each other in the streets for a chance to purchase your trophies. Show them to Larina, my acquisitions officer, and she'll walk you through the transaction.
Okay. And she should be right over here.
Gods damn you, Rowena. You promised me a life of excitement in the exotic land of Mortona, and here I am stocking your shelves like a trained po. Ahem. May I help you, miss?
Oh.
Ugh. What in the seven unholy hells are those gruesome things? Beastman ritual tools? You adventurers and your penchant for stowing the most disgusting souvenirs in your packs. Black. And that goes twice for Rowena for wanting to stock the stuff, and thrice for her addled customers for begging to buy it. But that's neither here nor there. Whatever it is that drives you folk also fills my purse with coin. Now, were you seeking to trade for aught in particular? Ah, the special weapons we deal in, is it? Here, take a few of these tokens, and you'll be able to exchange them for any arms you fancy. If you're one of those completionist types, then you'll no doubt want an entire armory of the things. Just bring me another set of those stomach-churning ritual tools, and I'll see you rewarded with more tokens. Best hop to it.
Okay. And now we have a repeatable quest where we just like turn in more of them to get more Venus tokens. And who can I use? Alina is the person who is right over here. Primal gear? Nope, that's not it. Mina token exchange. We have Break Blade. Okay, so I can basically just buy some of these. Ancient Buckler. Onion Shield, what? There's basically just a bunch of different weapons, it seems. Okay, that one is creepy as shit. That's straight up just like a face. That is Conjurer. Yes, now it too can be Onion Bro. I mean, it doesn't quite look like that shield, but still. Also, what the hell is this supposed to be? Looks cool. Guess we can just get a bunch of different weapons here. None of them necessarily look too interesting, and I think some of these can actually be gotten from your retainers, I think. If I'm not mistaken. Okay, these are actually pretty dope. A little bit more interesting when it comes than some monk weapons, I feel like. This one isn't bad looking either, to be honest. I still feel like warriors' weapons are kind of hard to actually like see how they look when they're like drawn, which sometimes can be a little bit of a problem when, especially when you're like in this menu, because you can't really see anything. You can't see them probably from the side, and considering that some weapons like fold out when you pull them out. That is a little bit annoying. Yeah, now I can acquire that. And I think this is probably a good time for me to end the stream, because it's now been like 6 hours and 45 minutes almost. Jesus. Okay. Let's jump over to this, I guess. Okay. So I have a shit ton of people that I can apparently raid, it seems. Let's see here. want to raid. Thank you for the stream. Welcome to all, and thanks for dropping by. And also thanks for everyone else who dropped by and watched the stream. Let's see here. I have several people that could potentially raid. Kind of trying to figure out who I want to raid. I have so many that I could potentially choose. Basically, like there's so many people that I could potentially rate right now that are like popping up on my, like in my that I'm following. Roll a dice. I mean, I could do that potentially. You know what? Let's go with this person. Simply Alexa, I think their name is pronounced. Jokes Tyson stream. I mean, technically I have like a bank of dice. Different kinds of dice even. That I could potentially roll, but yeah, don't really feel like it right now. I think I'm just gonna go with simply Alexa. They're currently playing some Genshin Impact. Has been doing that for around an hour and 45 minutes so far. According to their schedule, it does seem like they've also been doing a stream earlier with some League of Legends for 4 hours, so I don't know how long they're going to be streaming still. But, yeah. I think I'll just post her, raid her. So, yeah. Yeah, in terms of next stream, that will be on Sunday. Unless anything prevents me from doing that. And yeah. Actually, now I need to go and check something because in game, because I just remembered something. I had completely messed up the dates for some reason right now. Essentially, I thought I had to do something specific regarding the Sunday stream, but apparently that's gonna be the Wednesday stream instead. Damn it. Essentially, there's a wedding that I've been invited to in Final Fantasy, some of my FC mates. That's happening on the Wednesday, and that's happening at 6 p.m. And of course that means that that's at this exact time where I usually start streaming Kusa, so I think I might decide to not do a stream Wednesday. I can't basically just make it so that Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday are just like days where I try and make sure that I do some more stuff, because I have some things that I want to try and do regarding the stream. I can basically use those days as like work on shit days. But yeah. But yeah, in terms of the next stream, that's probably gonna be on Sunday. Just the usual times, yes. And then Wednesday, or not Wednesday, Monday is gonna be Yakuza 0, where I think I'm basically continuing the main story, because it's been a while since we last did that. Yeah. I'll basically figure that out at that point. So yeah. Anyway, I guess I'll just go in and end the stream here. So I'll just set up the. Why did I don't know why, but for some reason I had written roll. I think because you earlier wrote roll so far, so for some reason I wrote roll instead of raid. I just misspelled raid. There we go. So yeah, I'm gonna start the raid for Simply Awexa. roll. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and raid Simply Awexa. And yeah, I guess I'll just see you guys on Sunday or Monday. So yeah, till next time guys. See ya.